trois anciens et un nouveau.
Today, Top 30 is the only company in the world able to design, produce, set up and manage a top-level competition. Everything within the same company, everything with the trustworthiness and professionalism that an official competition requires. Everything Top 30. Top 30.
Well, welcome back to Bercy. It is day 2. A very good morning to you. My name's Daniel Finn and I'll be with you all the way through today. We are about to get set up and go with our male qualifications for the lead competition here. We had an exciting day yesterday if you were with us, getting set to move through into the rest of our competition here, into the semis and into the finals on the weekends, and it is going to be packed. This stadium is huge. 9,000 seats, practically sold out already for the weekend. And later on today we're going to be bringing you the women's female bouldering qualifications as well, and also possibly a little bit of paraclimbing. But for now, behind me, this huge wall that we had in Chamonix is about to get set with the men's qualifications for lead here today. I can tell you as well that Adam Ondra is here and will be competing, so that's something to get excited about. We haven't seen much of him this year. He's been taking time out to be prepared for this event, the championships. Just like we've seen Kilian Fischuber doing the same thing as well. He's taking some time to get ready for the championships. He said it's been all about the championships for him this year. Let's have a little bit of a look at the arena here. Very small start to the start of the day. It's still very early here this morning, so not packed at the moment. But let's just have a plan of this arena around here as well, so you can see what I'm talking about when I'm saying how many seats we have here. And let's have a look a little bit over this direction as well, so we can see the athletes getting set to watch as we get things started with our qualifications. Let's have a little walk down this way. I can see Shauna Coxsey just over to my left as well. She's over there. So remember as well, guys, we are now live in HD on YouTube as well, so you can join us on HD if you want to see things a little bit crisper, a little bit clearer. We can now bring that to you as well, so you can go and have a little look at that. You can see the climbers really up close, really personal, as clean as possible. So here are all the climbers at the bottom. There's Magnus Midbo just getting ready to start just down there. I can see him having a bit of a chat. And we'll have a chat with him later on, no doubt, as well. So let's have a little bit of a look at the wall now and have a look at some of the routes before we get started with our next few climbers. I can see our MCs getting set up and ready here as well. The judges are all still having discussions. I can see our jury president, who's just behind us over there as well. There the judges having a bit of a conversation about when our first athletes are going to come out. Well, apologies if you missed me having a bit of a chat and saying good morning to you a few moments ago. Good morning, welcome. We are here in Bercy for our second day of qualifications. Yesterday, all the excitement of the male bouldering in the morning and then moving over to the female lead in the afternoon. Today, we're going to have a similar setup, similar structure of how things are going through the day. We're going to start with our men's lead qualifications, which is why we're out here at the base of the wall that we had in Chamonix, again, here with us now. 15 meters tall by 6 wide. Huge wall, very beautiful wall. We've moved it all the way over here to Chamonix, and our speed wall is here as well, but at the moment we're using that for paraclimbing, and the paraclimbing is going to be coming to you later on today as well. There you can see it from the bottom here. And I'll tell you what we can do. Let's have a little pop round here onto the corner, because I want to show you the incline on this wall. It's an incline of over 30 degrees, and the athletes have to bear that in mind as they're going all the way up this wall. A lot of tension in the arms all the way up on the wall here. Let's go around here. And let's show you the incline on this wall. It doesn't drop off at all. They don't get a moment's rest. So you can see it starts off fairly steep. We go up and then hit the overhang there on the edge. You can see the little triangle of white on the side there. And we go up again. It levels out a tad and then more incline. So we have an incline of over 30 degrees around here as well. And while we are around here, let's do something cheeky, which we don't normally do. Good morning if you are joining us, by the way. My name's Daniel Finn. I'll be with you all the way through today and through the rest of the World Championships here. I hope you can stay with us. And I've just bumped into someone. I do hope you can stay with us. Still not wide awake, obviously. Let's have a little moment to have a look at the athletes in ISO around here. Which is something we don't normally do for you guys, but we have a little bit of a cheeky one around the corner. So there you can see some of our lead athletes that are just getting prepped. A very atmospheric wall around the back there it is. As I've said, still early in the morning here, but here you can see them on their practice wall in the ISO around the back, warming up for the rest of the day. 102 male athletes, 102 male athletes to go through the qualifications here today. Of coverage to be bringing you as we move through the competition. Let's move back to the front of the wall as well. See if this time I don't bump into someone while I'm walking backwards. It's because I want to speak to you. I'm looking at you guys, I'm not looking where I'm going. So let's have a little look around here as well. And at the front of the wall, you can just see on the corner here is Adam Ondra waiting and having a little look at the wall. So let's just have a look that way. Adam Ondra of the Czech Republic. There he is in the green top. Just having a look at the wall. And we are starting with our first two climbers, our first four climbers. So in a moment, we're going to have to take you over onto the wall. For now, let's just have a look at these guys setting off. Let's have a look at these guys setting off. And here we are on the wall. So I'm going to rush back over and we'll start talking about who we've got out. First up, see some of the para-athletes moving around to the wall as well, because we're going to get started for our second day of para-climbing. That's coming up just a few moments' time. We'll try and bring you some coverage of that as well. But apologies for that sound. We are now back here at the base of the wall, getting set to talk you through who we are looking at here. So number 51, you can see on the right hand side of the wall there, that is Silvio Refo. Italy's Silvio Refo. Seen him at rather a few competitions this year. Silvio Refo, only 22 years old. 29th at Barcelona. In the lead there in Spain in 2011, 29th at Kranj in Slovenia. Remember, we're going to be bringing you that later on as well in the year. That's our last competitions that we'll be competition we'll be having a look at. And just next to him on the left-hand side of the wall there, with bib number 2, we are now looking at Hafzanizam Bakhari, who I know has a lot of support in the chat room as well. A lot of you supporting him. Well, that unfortunately ends his first climb of the day. Not too high on the wall there. But I'm now over with Silvio on the far right-hand side of the wall. Currently reaching up to the 21st hold now. Moving on to the overhang. If you are watching and it's early in the morning where you are and you've just woken up, we do apologise for that sound pop you heard a few moments ago. If you have any animals that are nearby that have suddenly just run out of the room and are now hiding under a bed, I hope you guys aren't hiding under a bed while you're watching this as well. We will try to be careful as we move through the day. Well, there's Christoph, that's one of our IFSC officials at the base of the wall. We are back here now with our next climber. And this is Manuel Roman. a very well-known French climber. His younger sister, Salome Roman, did exceptionally well all the way through the World Youth Championships just recently over in Singapore, if any of you were joining us for that as well. So yes, guys, remember as well, if you want to watch this in HD, the option is now available. You get to see everything a little bit crisper than normal. We are here still at the moment with Manuel Roman. Manuel Roman had an arm injury, actually. And the gentleman you can see on the at the bottom of the wall there in the bright blue top on the right hand side, bib number 53, we're looking at Anthony Golston of Finland. And yes, those of you that are asking, the male bouldering results are now up. You should be able to find them on ifsc-climbing.org. If you get yourself onto ifsc-climbing.org, it will be on there as well. Anthony Golston also competed in the bouldering actually yesterday, the guy on the right hand side there. 3 tops in 7 attempts, 4 bonuses in 6 attempts, ended up in rank 43rd, which unfortunately means he doesn't move forward into the semi-finals of bouldering, which will be tomorrow. So Manuel Roman over on the left-hand side at the moment, moving right up towards the top of the wall. That's the 35th hold he's just got onto with the left hand there. Only 2 more holds, 37 altogether. There's, that was going for the 36th. Did get a hand on it, but I think that'll give him a score of 35 plus, which currently puts him in the highest place position. He has another climb yet to come as well, remember. Anthony Golston on the right hand side now is currently just moving over onto the 17th hold. That's what he has his hand on now, and the one just above his right hand is the 18th. Anthony Golston now moving over onto the overhang. That was an attempt at a little pop onto the 22nd hold there on the overhang. Now we're going to be covering these routes today on the far right and the far left of the wall. And that is so that we can have the opportunity to see every climber, every athlete climb once today as they make their way through their 2 climbs. So we are now back over onto the other side of the wall with Jorg Verhoeven of the Netherlands, another very well-known name. Now we are staying here until 12 o'clock, so the time is just 10 past 9 at the moment. We're staying here till 10 o'clock Central European time, 12 o'clock Central European time, and at 12 o'clock we will be going over into the bouldering qualification room to start bringing you the women's bouldering qualifications. So 3 hours of this, and then over onto the women's bouldering qualifications in the other room. Well, good morning to you if you are just joining us. Welcome to IFSC.tv. Hopefully some of you are watching us in HD, which means that you're seeing a much clearer image than previously brought to. With the same team, and just trying to keep improving the coverage that you guys are getting on IFSC.tv. We're now over with our next climber, which is Thomas Ballet on the far right hand side of the wall. You can see there underneath your screen we've got Group B Route 1 on the left and Group A Route 2 on the right. So number 55 on the right hand side now, this is Thomas Ballet of France. Currently on the 19th hold, you can see with his right hand there. We saw him in Chamonix earlier this year, making it through into the final 8. We have 8 in the finals in the lead climbing, and ended up coming 6th. Not so well in Briançon, ended up 22nd, so made it through to the semi-finals, because we take 26 to the semi-finals, but not through to the finals. Now he's already surpassed the point that we just saw Anthony Gulston struggle with, and that right hand marks the 23rd hold. Jorg Verhoeven down again now. So yeah, you guys should be seeing us in HD, and that is just because we've been working away behind the scenes as manically as we can to make sure that we keep improving the coverage for you guys and bringing you as much stuff as we can here at the World Championships, and indeed any event that we're covering with IFSC.tv. If you like what you're seeing and you enjoy watching us here, do us a couple of favors. Get yourself over onto Facebook and click like on 24/7 TV Facebook page to show some support for that. And then also remember the one that I keep plugging, get yourself over onto Sports Climbing 2020 and start liking Sports Climbing 2020 as well. We had a target over in Singapore I wanted us to reach, and that was 6,000 likes on Sports Climbing 2020. We're going to have an update on that and how many likes we do have at the moment. I can see one of you in the chat room is asking about any updates on Sasha de Julien. I'm not entirely sure what exactly is wrong, but I do know that her doctor has said that she's looking at 6 to 8 weeks out of climbing. And I think it's something to do with her hand. She started hand therapy and she's looking at 6 to 8 weeks out, I'm afraid. So we're not going to be seeing Sasha de Julien here. We are seeing Adam Ondra though. And Thomas Ballet has a top there, which means that we are starting the day on a high. No slacking at all from the French athlete on his own turf. What a start to the day. We've already had that top there. So he's setting the bar high over on Group A, Route 2. And we are here with David Barons, an athlete from GBI. It's the first British climber out today. As the first Brit actually in the lead competition at all, as there was no women climbers yesterday in the women's qualifications. So we've got no Brits in the women's category, but in the men's we do. We did have some of the lads in the male bouldering yesterday though. Adam Watson was there. Dave Barons also competed in the bouldering there. And let's hope that the coaches start pushing the women towards the lead as well. Now, if some of you are looking for that page that I was talking about on Facebook, Sports Climbing 2020, you can find it by typing those words in without spaces on Facebook. Sport Climbing 2020, no spaces, type that into the search bar and it will pop up. We're currently on 6,461 likes, which is fantastic. That's exactly what I wanted to hit when we were over in Singapore. I wanted to hit 6,000. We've surpassed that now. So let's aim for the end of this World Championships to be on at least 7,500, guys. That's our new target. 7,500 likes to hit on Sports Climbing 2020. That marks the end of Dave Barron's climb. So we are here in Bercy Stadium, built in 1984. The overall seating capacity here is 17,000 seats, and because we have this huge wall along the one side, we're down to 9,000, which is still a very respectful figure, I believe, with the seating. And that is just seating. There are still a few tickets left, but very few. If you are looking for tickets for Bercy, if you are imagining to be around in Paris or France and fancy coming down to the stadium this weekend, the atmosphere is going to be absolutely electric as we move into the finals on the weekend. So have a little look for that. Well, apologies, I've disappeared for a few moments there. I'm back again now, back with you, and that is because I've been off tracking down Adam Paul and securing an interview with him for later for us, and that is the head route setter here for the lead walls. So I'll have a little bit of a chat with him later on today as well, and I was also talking through some of the routes and what we're expecting to see here. So currently looking at men's Group B Route 1 over on the far left-hand side of the wall. And this is Bjorn Arno Isega of Denmark, and this, in terms of difficulty, is an 8B. So, difficulties as we're moving across the wall. Now, we're not covering the middle two routes here on the lead because we want to be able to show you every climber at least once. We are covering Group B Route 1, which you can see on your screen now, and that is an 8B in terms of difficulty. And over on the far right-hand side, the second route we are covering is Group A Route 2, and that is an 8B / an 8B plus. So that's what we're looking at for our two routes that we're covering here. So on the far left hand side, you can see there on the pan out shot, on the far left hand side that's the 8B, and on the far right hand side of the wall that's the 8B plus. So due to the complexity of the competition over here and the fact that we have 4 different disciplines at the World Championships, now we have bouldering, we have lead, speed and paraclimbing. We are having to jump around a little bit to make sure that we're bringing you as much coverage of the event as we possibly can. There's a lot of things going on at the same time. Now, we are bringing you all of the bouldering routes later on today, so you'll see all of the problems there. Not to worry about that one. And then here we are watching 2 routes, but every climber. The only difference is that we are going to have to pop over to the bouldering wall at 12 o'clock Central European time. 2 climbers to definitely bear in mind now on the wall: Mauricio Huerta, and just next to him, setting off, Romain Desgrange. And that is definitely one to keep your eyes on. You'll undoubtedly know the name already. Mauricio Huerta making his way quite easily into the semi-finals at a lot of events recently. He's also in the semi-finals for the bouldering, so he climbed yesterday as well. He's got to be aching a little bit now from the bouldering yesterday, to then have to go into an endurance test like lead climbing after the bouldering from yesterday. Must be taking his toll on his arms. But let's see how he gets on here. So Mauricio Huerta and Romain Desgrange. 29-year-old athlete, Romain, born in Saint-Colombe. 4th at Crange in 2011, 8th at Valence in 2011, 3rd at Boulder in 2011. Huge cry of support from the crowd there as Romain pushes up to the top of the wall. This is looking like it's going to be our second top today, and it is our second top by our second French athlete to top. So 2 tops so far on the far right-hand side of the wall, the Group A Route 2, both by French athletes. Romain Desgrange already this year making 2 finals within the country, in Chamonix and in Briançon up in the Alps. He came 8th in Chamonix and 5th in Briançon. So he's used to competing, and competing well on his home turf as well. Waiting for our next couple of climbers to come out. So 36 holds all in all on the far right hand side of the wall, 37 on the far left. The far left is an 8B that you can see there. Actually, gathered at the bottom of the wall there that you can see are all the coaches and the athletes. It's a small crowd as we move through the qualifications. We don't expect too many, about 1,000 as the day moves on. Maybe 1,500. Over 9,000 here for the finals, though, on the weekend. Do hope you can join us for that one. Well, good morning. I hope everyone is well. My name is Daniel Finn. Any questions you might have, do send them in to me. I can see you guys in the chat room back here as we move through the day. So just waiting for our next couple of climbers to come out and join us now. So if I was to give you the difficulties of all 4 routes, just to talk about what the athletes will have to climb, because each athlete climbs twice. As we move from left to right, it is an 8B next to an 8B. So the side of the bulging section of the overhang that you can see facing us at the moment, you can just see one of our athletes setting off on that wall. It's one of the walls in the middle. That's also an 8B, but that's the easier section of the 8B. As you can see right at the very top there, it turns into a slab. I was just talking to Adam about that route. Okay, so it's a little bit easier, whereas the one that we are covering on the far left-hand side of it definitely doesn't let up at all in the arms, even as you reach the very top. So we're going to be seeing people coming off right at the very top of that wall, even after fantastic climb, because they're really going to be getting tired as they reach the top of the wall there. And you can see here's our next athlete coming out to attempt to do just that, to cling on right to the very end. This is bib number 16, which is Shinigs Tagizad of Azerbaijan. And unfortunately, that just goes to show how hard these routes really are. Let's jump across to the other side of the wall now, starting off on this route. And this is one of the routes that I was starting to talk to you about a few moments ago. On the far right-hand side, now this is an 8B / an 8B+. But it's a very athletic route. The one next to it, just to its left, is also an 8B / 8B+, but that is more of a crimping route. You can just see one of the athletes starting off on that route that I'm talking about just there. But on the right-hand side, the one next to it, the one you're watching Ethan Pringle now climb of the USA, this is a much more athletic-based route. Now, each climber has to climb twice as well, remember. So those are the difficulties. All of the routes on the wall are at least an 8B, guys. And this is the qualifications. So he's on hold number 19 now, just reaching up to number 20. He's going to have to do a little pop up onto this overhang. One thing to remember about Ethan Pringle, once he pops, he just can't stop. There it was. And let's hope that he doesn't stop. Unfortunately, Ethan Pringle does stop, trying to maneuver around that overhang roughly on the 24th hold there. Now, that route, remember, we have already seen 2 tops on today, and that's one of the harder routes on the wall. It's an 8B / an 8B+. Back over on the far left now on men's Group B, Route 1. Here is Isaac Estevez of Ecuador. Ecuador becoming a force in climbing, actually. They've got a lot of up-and-coming youth climbers that we saw over in Singapore just recently. It must be gathering support as a sport over in Ecuador, because they're starting to produce some really exceptional climbers. We're definitely going to see some of the youth climbers moving on to the World Cups in the years to come as well. Any support for Ecuador that you are now joining us in the chat room, make yourself known and do tell us about how the sport is received over there. If you are looking for results from yesterday, I noticed that a couple of you are in the chat room there, you can get onto ifsc-climbing.org and the results are up. I actually have a copy of the bouldering results in front of me right now, and the ones that are going to be going through. If you're after them on the IFSC website, there's a question there from Cyclops trying to find them. When you get onto ifsc-climbing.org, go onto the left-hand side and scroll down to calendar. Once you've clicked on calendar, scroll down to the championships and you should be able to see men's boulder. Click on the men's boulder and you should have the general results section pop up for you for men's bouldering yesterday. And you should be able to find the women's lead as well on there. So I know a lot of talk in the chat room as well about Adam Ondra joining us for this. A quiet force for the year so far. Haven't seen much of Ondra, or indeed any really of Ondra this year. Was told that was because he was taking time out to focus on the championship. So let's hope that we're going to see something spectacular from him here as we move through the competition. We were expecting to see him in the boulder competition. I was expecting to see him in the boulder competition. But he didn't climb yesterday. So just getting set to bring our next couple of climbers out. As I was saying, Bercy Stadium, the one that we're in now, huge sports stadium in France. Built in 1984 by a team of 3 different architects. Supports a huge velodrome under the seats around the outside edge. And as a couple of you were saying, how huge the arena is, you can see the seats stretching up into the rafters in the background. A real privilege to be here. So we're back now on the wall with our next 2 athletes. Over on the far left-hand side, at present, you are looking at Urban Primozic, and on the far right, from Azerbaijan, Babak Ibadov. Unfortunately coming off very early on the start of the wall. And this just goes to show the standard that you have to be at when you're competing on an international level. That was Babak coming off on, I think, the 6th hold there. And we have already seen tops on this 8B/8B plus route that you can see there, male Group A Route 2. Now, Urban Primozic is from another team, as we were talking about, Ecuador, climbing over on the left-hand side of the wall, and Ecuador picking up support for its team internationally as climbers. Well, the Slovenians definitely have a team. Some huge names on the lead circuit. Mina Markovic, to name just one, on the women's lead competitions. Now, Mina isn't here due to a hand injury that she has suffered in Munich earlier this year. So Mina won't be competing, or didn't compete yesterday, as we had the women's qualifications yesterday. But the rest of the team is here for the men's lead climbing. I was talking to Domen Skofic yesterday. We've got Urban Primozic here as well. In the bouldering, we have names like Jone Kruder. Clement Betchen has made it through into the semi-finals in the bouldering as well. And for the men's, Clement is going to be the only athlete from Slovenia in the semi-finals for bouldering, that will start to bring you tomorrow as well. A question in the chat room there from Kettle saying, commentator, was wondering if you can explain briefly the differences between the different types of climbing as we are new to the sport. Well, we have here 4 different disciplines. The one that you're watching currently, Kettle, is lead. Lead is more about endurance. They're very difficult routes, very high, and lead is how high you can get on the wall. So it is ranked in how high you can get on the wall. The holds are numbered, and we hope to see tops. Bouldering is a little bit different. We'll take you over and show you some bouldering a little bit later today, and that is problems. So it's a little bit different to this. A much lower wall. Each athlete will, in the qualification stage, attempt 5 different bouldering problems, and they're usually much shorter. We're looking at as a difference between 15 to 16 meters on this wall to 15 to 16 feet on the bouldering wall, and that is extremely difficult problems on a shorter wall, and it is who can top out in the least amount of attempts. So in lead, only 1 attempt per route, and in bouldering, it's who can top out in the least amount of attempts, as athletes quite frequently come off in the bouldering. And then we have speed climbing, which kind of speaks for itself. That's us getting up the wall as quick as you can get up the wall. So the speed wall is a similar size to the lead wall, so we're looking at about 15 meters at least, and that's as fast as you can do it. Now, the world record for that in the men's stands at 15 meters in 6.26 seconds, Kettle. So it's pretty fast, and we'll be bringing that to you as we move through the competition as well. And then here as well we have the fourth discipline, and that is paraclimbing. We've got paraclimbing now, which is a part of the World Championships. It was in the World Championships last year, and it's going to be, well, it's here again now as well. We will be bringing you coverage of the paraclimbing, so don't fear. Now, paraclimbing is split into a lot of different sections depending on the handicap of the climbers, but you'll get a chance to experience that yourself in a few moments' time, well, as we move through the day. So hopefully that answers your question, Kettle. Any more information you are looking for, you can find on the IFSC website. That's ifsc-climbing.org. So get yourself over onto that and have a look there. Currently watching G1 Park over on the 8B/8B plus wall on the right hand side. Good morning to you if you are joining us. My name is Daniel Finn, and I'll be with you all the way through this competition here. So let's stay with G1 Park right now on our 8B/8B plus wall as he approaches the 20th hold. You can see it is reaching up to it there. And we will be seeing G1 now moving on to the overhang here as well. Now this is where it's going to get tricky. This is where we've seen our athletes split between the two French athletes that have made tops on this wall. So we have our tops already today, and our athletes that are pulled off the wall trying to maneuver this overhang here. So he's currently on the 24th hold. That's with the left hand there. He's got to pop up now onto the 25th, and there it is. And there are 36 altogether here, so he's going to start having a bit of an ache in his arms now as we move through this one. Question in the chat room, who has topped so far today? Well, the two French athletes that have topped so far today were Romain Desgrange of France, and I believe the other one was Manuel Roman. No, I do apologise, it was Thomas Ballet. So the French are really hitting off strong here as well. We're over now onto the left-hand side of the wall with Magnus Hagström from Sweden, and this is on the 8B route, men's Group B, Route 1. Now this is the harder 8B route. So we're bringing you the harder sections of the wall on this one in the hope that we can see the most exciting climbing and also every climber. That's why we're staying with two routes. Now that was, I do believe, another top over on the far side of the wall, on the right side, that we've just seen Mr. Park climbing on. So, people that are also new to climbing and asking about how we move forward into the rest here. Pala, it's not actually 20 through to the semis, it's 26. It's 20 through to the semis in bouldering, so later on we'll get to see that. It's 26 through to the semis in lead, and then we take those 26 down to 8 for the final. So in bouldering we have 20 through to the semi-finals, and then only 6 through to the finals. In lead we have 26 through to the semi-finals and only 8 through to the finals. And here is the arena that will hold those finals. Some really interesting design work gone into the boulders that you can see in the middle of the two walls there. There's the speed wall on the far side. That's where the paraclimbing's coming on. And we've got this huge lead wall as well here on the closest side to us, but some really interesting boulders there. I can't wait to see them put into use during the semis and the finals, when we've got our arena full of 9,000 people in seats alone. So we do have some other standing room as well. Now if you are around in Paris or in France or anywhere near Europe, get online, get yourself some tickets. We are very, very close to being sold out. So if you want to come down here and experience it firsthand, we will try and do our best to show you the atmosphere through your computer screens and bringing it to you at home. But it'd be great if you could come down and get into the venue itself for the finals and experience that atmosphere for yourself. Palas after start lists, you can find start lists now up on ifsc-climbing.org. Hopefully you should be able to find them on there. I know a lot of you are asking about the paraclimbing as well. Do not worry, we will definitely be bringing you a little bit of coverage of paraclimbing later on today, and we will be bringing you every final for the paraclimbing, so you will not miss a final at all throughout this competition. So we're back over onto the wall now with a climber from Georgia. That's number 67 that you can see on the far right hand side now, and that is Georgi Gabaldani. Georgi Gabaldani, you can see with the black top there on your screens, currently pushing his way up onto the 13th hole. The 13th is that pear-shaped one just above his right hand now. Now he needed to clip in there, he went for a bit of a pop. Welcome, if you are joining us. We are here with the male lead qualifications. Yes, that is the male lead qualifications. Question there in the chat room as well from KRK. Yes, we are moving into coverage from the French TV companies as we move into the weekend as well. I will still be here all the way through the finals, commentating with you. If you are joining us in the chat room, you'll be seeing coverage from the French TV and be able to still chat with me in the chat rooms as well. So I do hope you can join us for the weekend. Looking forward to that. It's only going to get more exciting from here, guys. I know that the qualifications are a long one. They're a long haul. They always are. We have a lot of climbers to get through. 102 here today for the men. But when we whittle those athletes down to just 26 and then to 8 for lead climbing, it just gets more and more exciting as you move through the competition. Also the bouldering as well. When you're down to 6 athletes for the men and 6 for the women in the finals, that's another thing to get psyched about. Question as well from Liz Hen in the chat room asking, will we be able to watch the full lead climb for men? Unfortunately, no. We will have to move over to the bouldering qualifications. We are planning to do that, well, we will be doing that at 12 o'clock Central European time. So I'm not sure exactly what time that'll be where you guys are, but for us it'll be 12 o'clock Central European time. Time here now is currently 10 to 10. So we still have a couple of hours of this. You will get to see most of the climbers here, but we will then have to jump over into the bouldering room for the qualifications for the women's bouldering there as well. I have seen Shauna Coxsey as well. She's out sitting at the bottom of the wall watching the men's lead climbing that you're watching now on your screen, and I will try and have a chat with Shauna later on how her leg is healing up as well as we move through the competition. I surely will chat to her and interview her as we move through into the finals as well. We are now with Artyom Devyak Eritov of Kazakhstan on the right hand side here with an 8B/8B plus difficulty. He's currently pushing up onto the 15th hold. He's on the 15th hold now with his right hand, and he's going to have to pop up onto the 16th, that sloper like hold just above his head to move up. And yes, those are good points, everybody talking about Shauna and how unfortunate it was for us to lose her at the bouldering competition in Munich right at the very end of the year. She was sitting in second place above Akio Noguchi in the bouldering by 25 points. And if she was able to climb in Munich, she could have held on to the second place in the overall bouldering rankings. But unfortunately, broke her leg in Magic Woods when she was climbing out on rock. Had actually finished the boulder there and was just jumping down. I was talking to Alex Puccio about that, and she was saying actually it's not that high. Wouldn't expect to have a broken leg, just jumping down from that one as well. And unfortunately that meant she couldn't compete in Munich, which meant that Akio Noguchi did compete, and competed very well actually, and bumped Shauna Coxsey down to third place in the overall bouldering rankings for 2012. But still, first year for Shauna Coxsey to really hit the World Cups in bouldering, and to end up third overall in that competition is really exceptional for your first year in bouldering. Another question here as well, asking about why Christopher Parsons didn't compete in the bouldering as he was on the start list. I don't remember seeing Chris's name on the start list. I assume that he is here, as Alex is here, and we'll be seeing her a little bit later on today. I don't know yet, but I will try and find out for you as we move through the rest of the competition. Now, interesting speculation in the chat room while we wait for our next two climbers to come out on the lead, of people asking about who we think the male winner will be in the bouldering. It is so hard to tell. I've been handed the results, and hopefully you guys have got the results as well for the bouldering that we had from the qualifications yesterday, and now it's a very, very close call. There are so many huge names in there. Currently in joint first place after the qualifications is Guillaume Mondet of France and Dimitri Sharafutinov. Now, Dimitri's had a bit of an interesting year so far in the bouldering. We've expected to see him powering through the bouldering, and actually I think we've seen one gold so far this year from him, and a couple of no-shows and a couple of dropping outs as well. So Dimitri's one that could be a dark horse as we move through the competition. He is the world ranked number 1. We would expect it from him. But then, of course, we have his teammate Rustam Gelmanov as well in the bouldering, who is the current World Cup ranked number 1. So he's World Cup ranked number 1, Rustam Gelmanov, and he is just a machine. You cannot stop the Gelmanov. And you've also got Kilian Fischuber. Never rule out Kilian Fischuber, the man who has held a first or second place position on the World Cup rankings since 2006. So you've got to be expecting to see something coming out of the works from Kilian Fischuber. And then the new one that is another machine in bouldering and in lead, and we'll be seeing him a little bit later on today, and that's Sean McCall. So for me, my money would be on one of those 4 on the bouldering, but you never know what's going to happen. We've also got Jiwon Park that's made it through into the semi-finals from Korea. We saw him a few moments ago top out as well in the lead. Now, not a name that we're used to seeing, but let's see how he gets on as he moves through the competition. He already has 1 top today in the lead, and he's through to the semi-finals in the bouldering as well. So I'm going to leave that with you guys now and just say, what are your opinions on who is going to be making it through to the final in bouldering, and who is going to make it through to the semis today, do we think, in lead? That's my question for you guys now in the chat room. While we are watching Masahiro Higuchi in the Group B Route 1 category on the lead, just approaching, now moving on to the 26th hold, how about we have a dance fun fact? Because we haven't done one today, so I thought we'd start off with one of them now. %20 of the French live in the Parisian region. That's 20% of the entire population of the country. That is absolutely phenomenal. That's a lot of people. So, back over onto the wall. We'll go back to some dance fun facts a little bit later on. You gotta let me know whether you enjoy dance fun facts. Mr. Wheezy E saying hello. Good morning to you. Well, that looks like it is the end of the climb there. For Higuchi. We wait for our next climbers to approach the wall. Here is the overview of what the stadium looks like here. You can see the seats stretching up into the gods in the background there. They are going to be absolutely rammed packed as we move into the weekend. No doubt we'll see a lot of camera flashes coming up, lighting up the wall as we move through the competition. Well, there you have a little bit of information scrolling along the bottom of your screen while we wait for our next two climbers. There's a link for you there that we've just put up. Have a little click on that one as well. Interesting speculation in the chat room about whether this could be the last championships for Kilian Fischuber. I am hoping not, but I will of course go and ask Kilian Fischuber when I see him later on. I spoke to Anna Stor yesterday, and I can't imagine it being, but I remember hearing something similar to that earlier on in the year, so I will get that confirmed, or at least as best as it can be confirmed when I interview him over the next few days. So our next climber is out on our 8B wall now, and that is Cedric Lechat of Switzerland. You can see him starting off here. Competed in the bouldering yesterday as well, and has made it through to the semi-finals as well, with 5 tops in 9 attempts and 5 bonuses in 7. So not one wall beat him in the bouldering yesterday. He managed to top every wall in the bouldering. Let's see if he can top on his first climb of the day here as well in lead. We've just seen it happen with Park as well, Jiwon Park, who has also made it through. And on the bottom of your screen now, something to definitely pay attention to, backing our Olympic bid by liking our page on Facebook, which is facebook.com/sportsclimbing2020. Get yourself on there. I want to see at the end of our World Championships over here the likes going up to at least 7,500. We're at 6,500 at the moment. I want to see 7,500. I want to see 1,000 more likes by the end of this competition. So a couple of questions in the chat room about asking about facts for the climbers as well. Of course, we will try and do it. Well, I will try and do my best to give you as many facts of my climbers as I possibly can. Talking about Cedric Lechat going through to the semi-finals for the bouldering yesterday. Cedric Lechat, 28 years old, born in 1984 in Porrentruy. Now his World Cup ranking at the end of 2010 was 27th. At the end of 2011 was 29th. And of his 12 best results, not one of them is below 8, and only one of them is 8th. And the rest of them are all above 5th. So this is the kind of climber you're looking at dealing with here. Just going through the results for this year so far in the men's category of the Swiss Climbing Cup in Niederwangen and also in Genève this year, and also in Niederwangen last year. There are 3 gold medal places there, so he has already this year had 2 gold medals under his belt, and another one at the same place from last year. At the Gala Jewel for the Rockmaster in Arco in 2011, that was his 8th place positioning. In the men's bouldering at World Championships in Arco last year, he came 5th. Now he's made it through to the semi-finals at the bouldering this year in Bercy. So let's see whether we see him getting into the finals like we saw last year. He was one of our golden 6. That was very, very shaky there as he moved up towards it, but he has topped it. You can see that sigh of relief as he is let down from the wall there. But to secure that last hold there, 37 holds altogether on that wall. It's an 8B ranking. of difficulty, and he has managed to do it. Cedric Lechat, a top for him today. But it looked like he was going to go. I was holding my breath there. That's probably why I went a little bit quiet as he moved towards the last hold on the wall. And so our next athlete is now out, and that is Benjamin de Chamonix of South Africa. And we know we've got a lot of you guys joining us in the chat room to support the South African athletes that come and are joining us here. A warm welcome to you if you are listening and watching as Benjamin makes his first climb of the day. We saw a lot of you over in the World Youth Championships, and undoubtedly you guys should be joining us now. And if you are joining us, hello to you. If Tall Paul is with us, Tall Paul, if anyone doesn't know Tall Paul, is 7 feet tall and is part of the South African team. And we saw a lot of them out in South Africa as well, so we've got a lot still to come from South Africa. I was talking to the head coach there, while we were out in Singapore, and the head coach was saying it's a relatively new sport for them. They're starting to build their support base out there, but they already have quite a few youth athletes coming through, and we're definitely going to see more of them as they move over into the World Cups as well over the next few years. So from the Ukraine now, over on our 8B wall on the left-hand side, Valery Kryukov, another one to watch out for, another good name. Well, the venue seems to have lost its music for a while, which is a shame because I know a lot of climbers that enjoy climbing to music. All of them practically listen to music to be able to zone out mentally in the ISO zone or in the on the practice wall around the back of the wall. And that is something to bear in mind with climbing as well. If you are new to the sport, it does look extremely physical. That's because it is extremely physical, but it's also a very mental orientated sport. If you are not in the right headset and mindset to make those moves, if your confidence is not high, it can make all the difference in terms of how well you climb. And I'm sure any climbers that are now joining us in the chat room, or indeed if you're watching this on replay in future times, first off, hello from the past, and secondly, I'm sure you'll agree about climbing being an extremely mental sport as well as physical. Perhaps you've had your own ups and downs. I know a lot of our athletes are now seeing sports psychologists. Just to let you guys know that if you are joining us, a couple of things in the chat room. Looking forward to an interview with Jakob Schubert is something that's come through as well. We did have a really nice chat with Jakob yesterday, which I was really pleased with him because we were sitting in our little booth and he came past and just walked in and sat down next to me. So I had a chat with him, but I will try and grab him as well for an interview as we move through. But something to bear in mind, I have just been told that we had over 21,000 viewers yesterday. Talk about your sport growing as a sport. Talk about it becoming an international and appreciated sport. And you can find any of the other competitions from the World Cups that we've seen. You can go and find them on the YouTube channel, which is IFSC. IFSC's channel on YouTube. You can find the replays on there as well. That's over 21,000 viewers for the qualification stage. Day 1 here at the World Championships. So hello to you, the 21,000 of you joining us as we move through the day. And that's exactly what we want to see. Sheila there saying that's more than the BBC. Valerie Krakow coming down now. Now, if you want to see this sport grow and grow as it is at the moment, and the support network for it move forward as the sport does in the coming years, the big movement, and I know a lot of you are going to be second guessing what I'm about to say, is the Olympic 2020 movement. And the way that you can support us with that is by getting onto Facebook and getting on the Sport Climbing 2020 page and clicking on like on that one as well. Any kind of viral support that you guys can give us will help us out as well. So we are currently on 6,499 likes on our Sport Climbing 2020 page. That's not enough for me when 21,000 of you are watching. Get yourself over, click on a like. I have a target for you guys of 7,500 before the end of this competition. And a man who you are all desperate to see just takes to the stage now. And there he is, a man who needs very little introduction. That is Adam Ondra, just about to start his first climb of the day, and indeed his first climb that I have witnessed personally of this year, 2012, in the competitions. Has been very quiet for this year, and no doubt there is a lot of support in the chat room right now for the man that just starts on our 8B route on the far left hand side of the wall. So, Adam Ondra of the Czech Republic. Let's have some information on Adam Ondra, because we haven't seen much of him this year. Adam started climbing at the age of 6, which is something we see happen with a lot of our climbers now moving on to the World Cups. They do start early. Born on February 5th, 1993 in Brno. First at the Bouldering World Cup finals in Sheffield in 2010. 8th at the World Cup lead finals in Chamonix 2010. In 2009, at 16, he was old enough to compete in the IFSC Lead Climbing World Cups. And in his debut year, he won the World Cup, beating Spanish Paxi Usobiaga and Japanese Sachi Ama for the title in his first year, his debut year, at 16 years old. This is why we know this man so well. A year later, he won the IFSC Bouldering World Cup, beating Kilian Fischuber and Sakura Hori, and becoming the first athlete in history to win both the disciplines, lead and bouldering. 2011 took gold at Rockmaster. So, as we move through the competition, keep your eyes on this climber. Only 58 kilograms in weight. That's 9 stone 1. Very, very light climber. You can see that by his thin arms and thin legs. You see some climbers a lot bigger looking than Adam Ondra. He is 5'11" though, so he's got more area to stretch it out. He's currently climbing the 8B, and he's already now onto the 30th hold of 37, moving on to the last little extra bit of incline here. people in the chat room saying, too easy, he needs a 9B. Well, guys, remember, this is just the qualifications, and we're already at an 8B standard, which is actually higher and harder than the finals over at the World Youth Cups. So this is just the qualifications, guys. When we move into the semis and the finals, this is only going to get harder. We're going to see these athletes split. Do not go anywhere. This is only going to get more exciting. Adam Ondra now onto the 35th hold. 2 more moves, and this will be a top here on the 8B wall. 1 more pop with the left hand, Adam, and it's yours. You just need to clip in. There it is on the 37th hold. There's the clip, gives a wave, and drops down. Adam Ondra, first climb of the day, and it is a top. We would expect to see no less from the climbing legend. And from one legend to another. It is Ramon as he makes a start over on Route 2 now. Oh no, I do apologise. It's not Ramon. It looked like him as he walked on then. I thought it was him. It is not. This is Khairul Hafsiz Abu Hassan of Malaysia. Did we enjoy seeing Adam Ondra climb? There we are with Khairul Hafiz. Well, if anyone is joining us in the future, hello from the past. If you are watching this on YouTube on the replays, remember guys, you can get all of the events we cover and the replays for them on YouTube. Just to be aware, if you are joining us from the future, that we are referring to constantly this chat. That is not actually the chat underneath the YouTube video you are now watching. It's the chat from the live feed. Where were you while this was happening live? If you want to find out more information about live events that the IFSC.tv team cover, you can get onto IFSC.tv, you can get onto 247.tv, and you can get onto the Facebook and Twitter pages as well. And come and join us live over on IFSC.tv, or indeed on YouTube, now streaming live as well. And we are now in HD, guys, so you get to see much, much clearer. And an Adam Ondra lookalike now up over on the left-hand side of the wall. He's going for the crazy hair as well. This is our only Aussie athlete joining us in the lead. I'm still trying to convince Chris Webb Parsons to do lead. He has promised me he will do 1 lead competition next year. But over on the left-hand side now for Australia, it's Callum Hyland. So if you are joining us from Australia right now, give us a shout out, let us know you are watching. Had a great chat to some of your guys out in Singapore at the World Youth Championships. Well, he looks a little bit shaky then, Callum. And unfortunately, that is it. He was just on the 15th hold, trying to navigate left onto the 16th. Still has another climb yet to come today though, Callum, so he still has a chance of making it through into the semi-finals if he has a good climb as we move through. Comment in the chat room from Larry James Hall saying Callum's hair is crazy and epic. Well, a good morning to Larry. And a good morning to the rest of the world if you are joining us. We had that information that I'm just going to say to you guys again so you can appreciate this. Yesterday, for the qualifications, we had over 21,000 of you joining us on the live stream here for just the qualifications. Over 21,000. I cannot even imagine the figures we're going to get into as we move into the weekend, but make sure you are here. Make sure you do not miss a thing as we move through the rest of this week. And yes, you will be able to watch everything live and everything in HD here on IFSC.tv. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it is, wherever you are. My name's Daniel Finn, and we are here at Bercy Stadium in Paris, bringing you live coverage of the World Championships 2012. Over here on Group A Route 2 now, which is our 8B/8B plus difficulty rule, is Anton Mardashov of the Ukraine, only 21 years old, born in 1991, lives in Nikopol. And having a look at his previous results as well, 38th at the IFSC Climbing World Cup in lead in Barcelona at the end of 2011. 30th at Valence in 2011, 21st at Briançon in 2011, and 23rd at the World Championships in Arco last year. So bear in mind, we take 26th through to the semi-finals, which means that Anton was a semi-finalist last year. Let's hope that he is a semi-finalist again this year as well as we move through the competition. Now, each climber has 2 climbs. We unfortunately will not be able to say with all of the climbing for the lead qualifications today, as we do have to pop over to the female qualifications for bouldering a little bit later on today. Now, we're going to be going over there at 12 o'clock Central European time, and the time here is currently 20 past 10. So you've got about an hour and 40 minutes left of covering the lead men, so we should see everybody climb, I believe, or many more of them climb at least. Might see quite a bit of this coverage actually before we have to pop over to join the women for their qualification for bouldering. Now, one of our walls is being cleaned at present, so don't stress. The guy that you can see there on the little route on the left hand side is not cheating by the man that is pulling him up by the rope. That's just the wall being cleaned and maintained. Now, have a little look at the bottom of your screen now. Follow us on Facebook at www.facebook.com/sport climbing, and that's the IFSC page, and that's for all information about the World Climbing events, the World Climbing Championships and the World Climbing Cups that happen throughout the year. We will be bringing you them live on IFSC.tv. And then, of course, back the Olympic bid as well by getting onto the link at the bottom of your page now, which is facebook.com/sportclimbing2020. And click on like on that one as well. We need as much support as we can get. And I want to see the likes on that page up to 7,500 by the end of the competition here. That's our new target. Well, our 2 routes are being cleaned at present, so don't worry, you're not missing anything in terms of the climbing at the moment. We will try and bring you each of the climbers at least once before we have to jump over to the female bouldering competition. You will get to see all of the female bouldering competition. And here is the schedule. While we wait, let's have a little look at what else is coming up as we move through the competition here on IFSC.tv. So, welcome to day 2. We started off today with the male league qualifications, which is what we are watching right now. And as I've said, at 12 o'clock Central European time, local time to us, we're going to jump over into the bouldering qualification room for the female bouldering qualifications. On to tomorrow then, day 3. This is our schedule. We start at 10 o'clock, a little bit before 10 to bring you a little bit of an introduction and to say good morning to you all. With the male bouldering semi-finals, which will be out in the main arena. And then at 2 o'clock we go to our first paraclimbing final, final 1. And after that, as the female semi-finals in lead is happening at the same time as the male bouldering semi-finals, we will make sure that that is covered and bring it to you after the paraclimbing final as well. So you will be able to see the semi-finals for the lead for climbing for the women as well just after that. And then moving on to the weekend. 10 o'clock, female bouldering semi-finals, followed by a replay of the male lead semi-finals. And then that takes us all the way up to 6 o'clock, which is where we cover the opening ceremony, on to 6:30 with the male bouldering final, 8:30 paraclimbing final, 9:15 female lead final, 9:15 at night there, so 21:15. And 22:15 is the female speed final. Award ceremonies to follow. Now remember, these times are subject to change as well. It is all changeable depending on how we are running in the arena here. But this is our provisional schedule. And so far it's been working. And on day 5, we start at 1 o'clock on the afternoon, Central European time, 1300, for the female bouldering final. Then we have paraclimbing final number 3, and that's at 2:30. 14:30. At 15:45, the male lead final, and at 16:45, the speed male final. Award ceremonies to follow, and then I'll bid you all good night, and you will be able to sit there knowing who has took the championships and who is now world champion. That will be the last day, day 5. We are currently on day 2, and we are here on the lead wall, which is currently being cleaned, and we will then start to bring you coverage of the female bouldering qualifications in just a few moments' time. Well, welcome if you are joining us here at the World Championships in Bercy. We're just waiting for the walls to be clean before we are setting off again with our next set of climbers, coming towards the end of the clean now. Our two cleaners from our side of the walls are now down. If you are joining us, just a little bit of an update. 21,000 of you joined us yesterday for the first day of qualifications, and that's only going to grow as we move through the competition. This sport is definitely on the rise. And just to give you an update as well, we are currently the most watched live feed on YouTube at the moment. So if you are joining us on YouTube, a warm welcome to you. Get yourself over onto the YouTube main page and click on live streams, and we are right there at the top, bringing you live coverage of the World Championships here in Bercy in France. Whilst we are waiting, question for you guys in the chat room that are joining us on the IFSC.TV channel. How does it feel to be part of the most watched thing on YouTube at the moment? And also, while we wait, let's have a little bit of a dance fun fact. For people that are watching us in the future on the replays, because all of this is available on the IFSC's YouTube channel as well afterwards on the replays there. Hello to you if you are watching us on the replays. Thank you for joining us. You can find all previous replays on this channel as well. Should be on the right hand side of your screen. Just give a little type in there for the one that you're after and you'll be able to see replays of that one as well. Let's have a dance fun fact while we wait for our next couple of climbers to come out. Is everybody braced and ready? Are we excited? Here we are. I like this one, courtesy of Sheila. The Eiffel Tower shrinks by up to 6 inches when the weather is cold. And it wasn't always brown. 60 tons of paint are required to paint it, and it happens every 7 years and takes 18 months. It was ochre yellow for a while in the 1890s, and then it was a sort of Golden Gate Bridge brick red at one point, and now they use 3 different shades of brown paint, darkest at the base, up to lightest at the top. So the Eiffel Tower shrinks by up to 6 inches when the weather is cold. It's just a dance fun fact for you. So we are set for our next couple of climbers to come and join us in just a few moments' time. 17,000 seat arena we are currently in. We're going to have 9,000 seats ready for the finals as we move into the finals on the weekend, and undoubtedly we're going to be picking up a lot of you guys in the chat room as well. We're hoping to have many more, considering we had 21,000 of you for our first day of qualifications. An amazing figure. So, did many of you join us yesterday for the first day of qualifications? Were there any surprises for you? Were you expecting to see anything different? Let's have a little bit of a rundown about who is going to be in the bouldering semi-finals for the men's at the moment. Well, while we are just waiting, I'll tell you what we can do. Let's have a little bit of a sneaky peek at what we are about to be seeing in the women's bouldering qualifications. Here they are, our roots, raw, untainted, naked roots, waiting for the best female boulderers in the world to come and make it through into the semi-finals and the finals. This is what we're going to be bringing you in just a few moments' time. We're going to go live into this room at 12 o'clock in about 90 minutes' time. And we will have a look at the qualifications for the women's bouldering. And that's enough for now. That's all you're getting. We're going to cut away from that one now. Just a little bit of a sneaky peek of what we're going to be expecting to see a little later today. So we'll be bringing you that in just a few moments' time, 90 minutes in fact, until we cut over to there at 12 o'clock Central European time. Question in the chat room, where is the boulder room located? It's just off to the left-hand side of where that huge lead wall that we are covering at the moment is. Just off to the left-hand side, down a little corridor, we've got this huge second room, which is where we have our bouldering qualifications. That's where that's taking place. People asking about who's signed in on the start list for the bouldering for the women's in a few moments' time. Akio is in, as are some of these names: Melissa Leneve, Melanie Sandos, Monica Recci, Jana Shereshneva, Sabine Bakker, Rebecca Stotts, Angela Payne, Anna Stor, Alex Puccio, Julianne Verm, Kim Jain, Anna Galiamova, Olga Shelagina, Petra Klingler, Barbara Bakker as well, so both the Bakker sisters are going to be with us. Hannah Midbow, Magnus Midbow's younger sister, is going to be competing as well. Tina Johnson Hafsas as well. All names that we know, guys. These are all signed in on our start lists to be ready moving into the bouldering qualifications in just a few moments' time. If you want to find out exactly who these people are, get yourself onto ifsc-climbing.org and have a little look at who is going to be joining us in a few moments for the qualifications. Unfortunately, we are not seeing Shauna Coxsey, and we are not seeing Mina Markovic. We are not seeing Sasha De Julian. So 3 huge names there that unfortunately are not going to be part of it, and that is due to injuries, and we've had so many of them this year. It has definitely been a year of injuries. If any of you joined us in Vienna, you will remember the final there. You can find that final on the IFSC's YouTube channel if you want to watch that and catch up on it. That was definitely one of the most eventful World Cups that I've seen this year, and that we saw, due to the amount of injuries that were in the final alone. We saw Olga Shelagina have a ACL ligament injury in that final. We saw Rei Sugimoto twist his ankle. We saw Alex Puccio's fingers start to bleed. It was all happening. I have just seen Shauna actually out in the main arena. I stopped for a moment while I was frantically running around, getting back to you guys to have a chat, and had a brief moment's catch up with Shauna, and I can tell you that her cast is off and the crutches are gone. She was told that she had to keep the crutches and the cast for a little while longer, but she didn't want them to. So she's turned it around a little bit. She's now not in a cast. She was sitting quite comfortably, and she looks fine, so I think she's well on the way to recovering. Question in the chat room, have all the climbers in both groups finished their first climb? No, they haven't, not yet. We are just pausing while the wall was cleaned, and we will be ready to bring you coverage of that again in a few moments' time when our next set of climbers come out from the warm-up wall behind this wall here and start climbing. If you are joining us, my name's Dan. It's nice to see so many of you returning and coming and joining us. My name's Daniel Finn, and I'll be with you all the way through this competition for the World Championships. Hello Roxy, nice to see you back here. Is that the Roxy that I think it is? Is that Australian Roxy? Could this be Australian Roxy, who was interviewed while we were out in Singapore? If you want to see that, actually, there are clips of all the interviews over on the YouTube channel as well, so get yourself on there and have a look at that one. A quest in there asking if I'm going to try climbing. There will very shortly, at some point in the future, be rather a comical video of both myself and my producer Mike attempting to climb the speed wall over at Singapore just recently. We're waiting for a video from the Aussie team of myself and Mike attempting to climb the speed wall in Singapore. It's quite possibly the slowest speed climb ever recorded in history. So you'll get to see just how bad I am at climbing. But good morning to you, greetings, thank you for joining us. I hope you can stay with us as we move through this competition. And there on the bottom of your page right now is exactly where I want you to go. And I'm going to say it again, guys. Sport Climbing 2020 on Facebook. www.facebook.com/Sport Climbing 2020. Get on there and click like for us. We're on 6,500 likes. I want 7,500. And that's 39 people are liking since today. Thank you, Roxy, for going over and doing that for me right now. And considering that we had 21,000 of you yesterday on the day one of qualifications, 21,000, I only need 950 of you until we're up to our quota for the World Championships. I want to hit 7,500. And after speaking about that, look what's going on here. We're going to move out with our next set of climbers approaching the wall. So back over onto the 8B route now. Our next climber from Bulgaria, number 36, joins us on the wall here, and that is Kalin Garbov. Kalin Garbov of Bulgaria. Kalin Garbov over on the left-hand side right now of Bulgaria. 35-year-old athlete, born in 1977. 165 centimeters tall, weighs 60 kilograms, so a little bit heavier than Adam Ondra, despite being one of the thinner climbers, you can see there. And next to him, Gerard Raul Flores of Spain, a climber that we are also familiar with, used to seeing. And also, if he is joining us, I have to do a quick shout out to Uncle Bill, our producer Mike's uncle-in-law. He's been following this religiously, so a huge hello to him as well. If you are looking for any information on any of the climbers that are gracing us with their presence at present, you can get onto ifsc-climbing.org for all the information you will need, and it's all on the left-hand side. Just scroll down and click on the thing you're after. Gerard currently now moving on and up to the 19th hold, if he just does this little pop with the right, and there it is, that's secured the 19th hold. Kalin Garbov over on the left-hand side, now moving over onto the overhang, just securing the 22nd and 23rd hold, and if he can reach up in a few moments' time, he will be onto the 24th. And Kalin Garbov has a total of 37 holds to top out. Gerard with 36, and unfortunately, it looks like that's only going to be a 19 plus for Gerard Raul Flores over on the 8B/8B plus wall there as well. Still with Kalin Garbov now, though, on the left-hand side, just coming round the overhang here. Now, no results for Kalin for quite a while, actually. I think the last competition that we have results for here was in 2008 in the men's lead IFSC Climbing World Cup in Purs, Belgium in 2008. So it's nice to have him with us here. And as this is one of the biggest, well, I would say the biggest event of the year, the World Championships, just one competition to become world champion, I'd like to pose a question to anybody that's watching right now to say, how have you found the coverage this year so far? what for you has been a highlight, which competition has stood out, which one is the one that has sparked a memory there as we've moved through the year. KRK saying Munich there. That was just recently, that wasn't too far ago at all, and you were unfortunately not able to join us live. Oh no, you were actually there live, of course. Well, the atmosphere, that is a definite point to be made, guys. If you can and if you are available around Paris areas or around the Bercy area to come down and join us, do come down to Bercy, because the atmosphere when it's live, as I'm sure KRK will back me up on, and a couple of the other guys in the chat room like Roxy talking about the World Youth Championships, the live atmosphere for these events is something else. I would have to say that the World Youth Championships was definitely a highlight for me this year. I think the two that stand out are Vienna for the bouldering competition there, and also the World Youth Championships. Currently on the wall now, Robert Stewart Patterson, just to link us nicely from the World Youth Championships onto the World Championships. Robert Stewart Patterson was with us over there in Sentosa, Singapore, for the World Youth Championships. And just next to him, Kevin Heiniger of Switzerland. I've just asked Mike what one of his highlights was as well for this year, and for him he'd say that it would have to be Slovenia, due to the organisation being absolutely fantastic there as well. I remember Log Dragon Mare, that was a fantastic event as well. Well, unfortunately Robert is now back on the base of the wall. There you are seeing a sneaky peek of Magnus Midbo, but he is still to climb on one of our routes. We are focusing on the two outside routes and on Kevin Heiniger at the present. Number 38, you can see there in the red top. He's now pushing up onto the 19th hold. That's the 20th, just above his head, the blue one there next to the volume on the wall. Unfortunately not able to secure the overhang there. Kevin now back on the wall. Well, just while we wait for our next climbers, let's have a little look here at the two climbers that are on the middle of the wall. If you are joining us in the chat, I know that you are trying to direct. Please do not try to direct. We will try and do our best to cover them. And we are focusing on the two outside routes that you're watching on the wall at the moment. We will be able to see Magnus climbing a little later on as he moves on to one of our routes, if we catch it before going over to the boulder qualifications in the main room. Won't be the same issue with the bouldering qualifications in the main room, as we are covering every wall there, so you'll be able to see all of the climbers. And there is a top for Magnus. I was talking to Adam Poll, who's the head route setter, about that route that Magnus is now on. It's an 8B, and he was saying that if you can hold on until that triangle shape at the top, that's a slab, and as long as your footing's good and you can keep your head in the right place, which is exactly what Magnus has just done, you should be able to top once you're on that triangle. So we are now back over onto the far right hand side of the wall, with the climber currently on the 15th hold. Staying with our climbers there, this is Jean-Henry Nilsson, of Norway, Magnus's teammate. Fortunately, not making it too high up on that wall there, not reaching the overhang. We have seen tops already on this wall today, on both walls in fact. Well, someone to definitely keep your eyes on, guys, as we move through this competition. On the right-hand side here, Japan's Sachi Ama. I caught Sachi earlier today, actually. He was walking past where we are, set up to have a chat to you guys. He seemed very confident, very happy, and very smiley, but he's always smiley. He does not stop smiling, Sachiyama. Actually, the last time he competed over here in France was in Briançon, and he split his chin open on the lead wall. Don't know whether any of you remember that one. We were up in the Alps in Briançon, the highest city in the EU, Briançon. And Sachiyama was getting to one of the highest points on the wall, actually, and just slipped off and split his chin open. He went to hospital for about 20 minutes, got the chin patched up, and it was quite a big split in the chin as well, and then came back and topped on his next climb. And that just goes to show you what these climbers can do. We saw it also from Rei Sugimoto, one of his team members, in the bouldering final in Vienna, who slipped and twisted his ankle, was taken off, carried off stage, and then came out and topped the next two routes as well. These are the kind of people we are dealing with here, guys, with these climbers. They are extremely dedicated athletes. Sachiyama definitely want to prove that. So the last time he was in France, he split his chin open. Keep your fingers crossed that doesn't happen again here, guys, because we want to see him moving into the rest of the competition here. Cries of Gamba from the crowd here at present. Sachiyama already on the 28th hold, moving over to the 29th now with his right hand. Now the route's going to go diagonally straight now. He's into the straight section. Just above him he's got the triangle pyramid shapes. You can just see he's reaching up to it there, right towards the top of the wall. This is the 32nd hold and 33rd that he's now on. There is 36 altogether, so only 3 more moves until the end of the wall here. Let's get some support in the chat room right now for Sachiyama of Japan as he makes his way up to the top. There it is. Just clip in now, Sachi, and it's all yours. Sachiyama. There he is, taking the top of that wall. Sachiyama currently world ranked number 2, just behind Jakob Schubert. Sachiyama sitting there with 563.70 points. Jakob Schubert just ahead of him in first place, the Austrian athlete. I had a brief chat with him yesterday with 586.27 points, so not much in it, about 23 points difference between the two of them in first and second place. Sachiyama moving up from 3rd place on the world rankings to now hold 2nd place as well. So now we are back over onto the other side of the wall with our next athlete, number 42. You can see here with the red top, currently on the 14th hold, just securing the 15th as he pops up there. We are now watching and losing Aspar Jelolo of Indonesia. Well, we are currently waiting for our next set of athletes to come out. After just seeing a top from Sachiyama, which should secure him a place in the semi-finals, we'd expect no less from our world rank number 2. We are here in Bercy, and while we wait for a moment before we bring up our next climber, that climber in the middle there is Jakob Schubert. And we are trying to get that on screen for you in a few moments while we wait for this switch over to happen. But while we are waiting, let's have a dance fun fact. French toast and French fries are not French inventions. Neither of them was made in France. It's just a dance fun fact for you. And yes, of course, we are trying to bring up a shot of the middle climbers at the moment. And there we are with Jakob Schubert number 92 of Austria, on the bulge in the wall now. I can tell you where he is on the route that he's climbing. He's currently got a hand on the 25th hold here. Now this is an 8B / an 8B plus difficulty. And altogether there are 40 holds on this wall, so he's pushing past that now, and he's just got a hand up onto the 29th hold now of a total of 40 on this 8B / 8B plus, and you can see him shaking out the hands there, and that is because this route is much more designed for the crimping movements as opposed to the one next to it, the other 8B / 8B plus, which is a much more athletic based route. This is a very crimp based route. If you are new to climbing, you don't know what crimps are. They're very, very small holes that it's all about the fingers and the tension in the hands, and that is exactly what's going to be building up and putting the pressure on Jakob now as he moves into the final third section of the wall. He is past the overhang and he is on this flat now as he approaches the top. There is a slight gradient over to his right, and he's going to have to bear right in a few moments time. And here it comes. That's the 36th and 37th hold. He's just a few moves away from the top. Let's see some support. In the chat room for Jakob Schubert now to see him to the top. So much more crimp orientated route this. This is Group B Route 2. An 8B to an 8B plus. And Jakob shaking at the hands even as he reaches for the final hold there. Just to make sure he's getting it. And a puff of air as he hits the top as well. You can see that that obviously took its toll on Jakob. Jumping back across now to our next athlete from the Czech Republic. Unfortunately, coming off. I thought that was going to be something quite impressive there, and it was for a few moments, but we did lose them. That athlete was Thomas Binter of the Czech Republic. And you're waiting for our next few athletes to come out. I'm loving the top stickers as well. It's just to make it extra clear that that's the top. It gives you something to aim for. There's a kind of target for you there while you're on the wall. Question from KRK for the guys in the chat room. What type of climb do you guys prefer? If you are in the chat room and watching. Now that depends if we're talking about the type of holds or if we're talking about the discipline of climbing. If we're talking about the discipline of climbing, for me bouldering is always the one that gets my pulse going while I'm watching and commentating on bouldering. Lower to the ground, so I'm closer to the action when I'm out there watching everyone else as well, to be able to see them going through some of the hardest moves and the hardest routes imaginable on one of the smallest walls. I do love bouldering. I love the way the competition is set out. But if we're talking about holds, I would say that the kind of holds that I like are the ones that are really big and really easy to hold on to, because anything other than that, I am not getting off the ground. So that's my answer for those two, as we are joined by our next two climbers on the wall, and that is Jabi Kim on the right-hand side of Korea now in the yellow top that you're watching, and on the left-hand side, that is Yuri Zuybyak of the Ukraine. That's a really interesting point from Nuo as well in the chat, saying lead climbing on crimpy holds is mental. And I imagine it is. It's all about endurance lead climbing, whether you can hold on, keep the pressure on those arms as you're pumping up the wall, and to put so many crimps on a route like that, definitely taking its toll on your hands and on your fingers by the time you're into the final section of the wall. It'd be taking a toll on mine when I was on the bottom of the wall. A question from Mr. Wheezy E. What degree incline is the wall? This is over 30 degrees of incline. So imagine crimps on an over 30 degree incline and what that's going to be doing to your hands and what that's going to be doing to your arms. That is really going to be taking its toll on the athletes. Jabi Kim, very quick there, pushing up now, currently onto the 19th hole. This is where we saw some of our athletes coming off the wall. He's going to move on onto the overhang in a few moments' time. Unfortunately, that is it for Yuri Zubiak. We are still with Jabi Kim, as we would expect to still be with Jabi Kim. He's now moving on to the 25th hold here. He's going to start moving onto this flatter section of the wall. I say flatter because it isn't flatter. We're still on the 30-degree incline. I think it's a 33-degree incline, and unfortunately, that incline has paid its toll on Jabi Kim. I think that was a score of 25 plus, possibly 26 plus. So while we are waiting, let's go over to the main bulk of the wall now. And let's stay with our athlete over on the main bulk of the wall. A man you will undoubtedly be very familiar with. It's Ramon Julian Poblanc of Spain. Now, he's on the same point on the wall that we joined Jakob on just a few moments ago. This is the 36th hold on the wall. He's going to have to bear left now. So he's got to traverse left with his feet. Here he goes. And in a few moments' time, we're going to see a lovely sticker with a top on it, because I believe that's it. So the first time you've seen Ramon today come out and climb for us. We will hopefully see him later on, just before we move over to the female bouldering qualifications room. Have to be moving around. There is so much to show you here, so much going on at the same time. If you are baffled by the fact that the music keeps stopping every now and then, that is because we have the para-climbing discipline of climbing happening just next to this wall. And for the visually impaired climbers, they have a support at the bottom of the wall beating the beater for them, and they have a transmitter in their ear, a receiver in their ear and a transmitter on the ground, so that they are directed up and they aren't able to hear that if the music's going. So if you keep hearing the music stopping, it's not from our side of things, it's from the stadium side of things, and that's because we have to stop the music so that the guides at the bottom of the wall can beater for the climbers in the paraclimbing so they can hear it properly. That's why the music keeps stopping every now and then. We are over now with our next couple of climbers from Croatia. Number 97 is Nikola Karamaric, and just next to him, number 50 on the left hand side of our wall. That's the 8B wall that we're watching at present. We are looking at Vahid Bayramli, or Bayramli. If any of you did tune in yesterday and managed to catch the little bit of paraclimbing that we were able to bring you yesterday, you will undoubtedly be looking forward to the finals as we move through the rest of this competition. Some of the most inspiring and phenomenal climbing going on over on the paraclimbing wall, which is actually the speed wall that we had in Chamonix turned into the paraclimbing wall. Visually impaired athletes, amputees as well, climbing well, here we are with Sungbo Seo of Korea and Nikola Karamaric on the right hand side. If you are after results, I'm sure the IFSC officials are working as fast as they can to update the website for you so that the results are posted on there. Obviously, we can only bring you what we are provided with, and all results are provisional until 20 minutes after the competition has finished. So for the qualifications, after 20 minutes, there's the appeal window. But as soon as we get the results, we will try and update you on those as well. I know a lot of you in the chat room are going a bit crazy saying, show all the climbers, show all the climbers. Well, we are trying to provide as much coverage as we possibly can of this competition. There is so much going on. There are over 300 climbers in 4 different disciplines. We are staying with these 2 walls throughout, so I'm going to just let you all know that now. We're staying with these 2 walls on either side, the far side, and we are trying to bring you some coverage of the middle walls as well. But if we stay with these 2 walls, when the rotation comes round, it means that we will at least get to see every climber in the lead qualifications for males climb once. So we are holding on to those 2 walls. We try and bring you some of the middle whenever we can as well. Just to let you know, we are trying to do our best to cover as much climbing as possible. So please do stay with us as we move through the competition. And just to remind you, this is what's coming up in less than an hour. Here we can see we are over here at the female bouldering qualification wall. These are the walls that we are going to be bringing you. A bit of a change from the stark blue lighting that we've got going on in the main arena. There'll be a huge light show as we move into the finals. There's a lot of lights and sound desks set up for the finals on the weekend, but that's what we're going over to in the qualification room for the bouldering in a few moments time. That'll be at 12 o'clock. It's currently 12 minutes past 11 over here, so not long now before we go over for the bouldering for the women's qualifications and look at those lovely coloured walls. Just giving you a little sneak peek of that one as well. But we are now back over on the wall with 2 new athletes, and that is Santiago de Alba Flores on the right hand side for Mexico, number 99 that you're looking at now. And just next to him, about to start off on our 8B wall, is Geir Soderin of Sweden, number 52. Geir Soderin of Sweden, only 26 years old, born in 1986. Results so far this year are null and void. We don't actually have anything for him from this year on the IFSCs. So the last time we saw Geir was last year at Barcelona at the very end of the year, and he ranked 44th. He has made these semis before. That was in Purs in Belgium in 2009. He came 23rd overall. But his highest ranked position is 11th in the Male Juniors European Youth Cup in Penne in Italy in 2005. So let's see whether our Swedish athlete here can pull up his overall ranking. And over on the right hand side of the wall we are with Santiago de Alba Flores of Mexico, 20 years old, born in Aguascalientes in Mexico. If any of you are joining us from there, do let us know. His world ranking is currently sitting at 51st, and that's up 1 from his World Cup ranking at the end of 2011, which was 52nd. Of his 12 best results, he has had a silver medal position. That was in the male Youth A lead at the North American Championships in Montreal in Canada in 2008. He was 27th at Barcelona at the end of 2011. So just missing out on a place in the semi-finals. And it's looking like that move just could have cost him a place at the semi-finals here as well. Remember, we take 26 in the lead through to the semi-finals as opposed to our 20 that we take through to the semis in the bouldering. 26 go through to the semi-finals in lead, and that is then whittled down once more to just 8 for the finals for lead as well. Question about where Gear just fell. Sorry, Gear was on roughly the 21st, I believe, 22nd hold. At that first overhang that you can see there on the left, just before pushing onto the final section of the wall, that's where Gear came down just a few moments ago. If you want to recap any of this, remember you can get yourself over to IFSC's YouTube channel and have a look there as well. At any of the events that we have covered so far this year. Well, our next two climbers are about to kick off on the wall. They've just started. So we'll bring you back onto the wall. And here they are from the Czech Republic on the right hand side. That's Michal Rozek. And on the left hand side we are looking at Facundo Langben of Chile. Nice to see some Chilean climbers joining us for the World Championships. Would be great to see more of them joining us on the World Cups as well. So difficulty settings for the two that we are looking at present. Group B, Route 1, you're looking at on the left hand side. That is an 8B. It's a hard 8B, but it is an 8B. And on the right hand side, you're looking at an 8B/8B plus. It's an athletic route. Big moves. Let's see if Mikkel can master it as he makes his way up into the 17th hold. He's going to have to do a little pop now with the right hand to secure the 17th hold. Just grabbing some chalk before attempting it. Facundo Langben, though, unfortunately now off the wall. Here's Mikkel. So a question in the chat room as well. What time will the female bouldering qualifications start? We are due to go live there at 12 o'clock Central European time. And we will be bringing you all of the female qualifications in a room just off from the main arena that you're looking at now. Well, I've just been getting set up at the bottom of the wall. So we're going to go round to the back and have a little look at the guys that are warming up in the ISO section at the moment, coming from the ISO to warm up at the back of the wall. So let's have a little look at these guys that are getting ready to or staying warm to move over onto the front of the wall. And I'm going to have a hunt round at the front in a few moments as well to try and see which of the athletes are around. There's Domin just there. Don't worry, you're not missing any climbers. We're going to have a little walk round here. Bring my Roman cameraman. Hopefully this time I'm not going to walk into any people while I'm trying to talk to you guys. And she was around here a few moments ago. I'm going to try and see if I can find her again now. I'm looking for Shauna Coxsey of Great Britain for a bit of an interview about how her leg's healing up. I'll have a chat to her. I can see Dimitri, who's one of our gold medalists from the youth World Championships in Singapore a few moments ago, and I have managed to track her down. Well, I have managed to track down Great Britain's Shauna Coxsey, who hasn't got very far since I last saw her, and that's probably something to do with your leg. But for the first time, we can see Shauna Coxsey without a cast on your leg in a very long time. So how's that feeling, to feel the wind on your leg again?
It's pretty good, yeah. I'm quite happy to be off crutches, so.
Now, can you tell us about what exactly happened out in Magic Woods?
I jumped off a boulder and hit the ground and realised I heard the snap in my leg and got a little bit worried and was like, I wasn't so sure about how it was, and then tried to walk on it and realised that it was really bad. Went straight to the hospital. And yeah, it was broken.
And what have they said was the actual break? What have they said actually has happened? What's the scientific term for what's happened?
I broke my fibula. I don't know what the scientific term. I guess it's just a fracture, but yeah, it was all the way through the bone. But I didn't displace, which is good apparently. So it should have only taken 3 weeks to heal, but it took 8.
Wow. Yeah, because we heard originally that you might not be doing Munich, and then it was you could be doing Munich, and then you wanted to, I know, come to the championships here, and then now obviously you're down here on the ground, not getting warmed up for the women's bouldering in a few moments' time. So that hasn't affected you mentally, though, I hope.
It has. I mean, it's been really hard, but I've been training the whole time that I've been out, so it's given me something to focus on. I mean, it gets pretty demotivating at times, and it's hard to find the psych to carry on doing it. But no, I mean, I'm really happy to watch the British girls and the British guys doing well, so yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Have you managed to do much training then? You've just said that you've been training in the time that you've had out. Have you been on the wall with the leg?
No, I haven't been on the climbing wall. I've just been doing a lot of pull-ups and like fingerboarding and ring work and core stuff, and yeah, it's harder than I've ever trained in my entire life. So to be put through that while it's been like demotivated at times, it's been hard, but no, it's given me something to really focus on, so yeah, it's good.
Did you manage to catch any of the coverage of Singapore over at the World Youth Championships?
Yeah, I watched most of the British people climbing, and we did really good. Like, we had 2 finalists, which was awesome, so yeah, the youths are really coming through and doing well. It's cool.
Yeah, we had Molly in there as well, and a couple of the others as well. The Brits have really made a stand, I think, at the World Youth Championships this year. Talking of which, these are the guys that are going to be moving into the World Championships. We're going to see them here in a few years' time. Yep. For you, was it hard to come into the World Cups and start on the World Cups and the World Champs?
I think it was a little bit hard. I mean, I hadn't really done much before this year in like the world scene, and I had never really done any bouldering stuff because I used to sport climb first. So I mean, it was a bit scary, but I'm quite relaxed and kind of take everything as it comes. So I think that was a good attitude to have. I had no expectations at the beginning of this year, so yeah, I've just been enjoying it all.
Now, one of the things I want to talk to you about as well, going through now, we're starting to move towards the Sports Climbing 2020 movement, which is going into the 2020 Olympic Games. What is your own personal opinion on the fact that we could be taking climbing to the Olympics in just 8 years' time?
I think it'd be amazing for the sport. Like, we don't get the funding or the publicity or like the acknowledgement that the sport deserves, and that athletes need to be treated with more respect and more acknowledgement. And yeah, I think it'll help take like the next leap in the sport.
Now, you're still very young in terms of climbing as the overall time, so you would be one of the athletes that would be joining us at those 2020 Olympic Games. What would it mean to you personally to be able to be there at the Olympic Games? And just to let everyone know that is now joining us live, this is Shauna Coxsey of Great Britain. She's just won the 3rd place overall bouldering World Cup title for this year, 2012, in your first year at really attempting the bouldering circuit. So what would it mean for you to be at the Olympics?
I mean, the Olympics is the biggest sporting event in the world, and yeah, I can't explain how much it would mean to be there. It'd be such an honour to compete in like the legendary games. So yeah, fingers crossed for sport climbing being there.
Have you got anybody watching now back at home? Do you know at all?
All of my family will be watching and supporting the GB guys. I mean, quite a few of them are here because they had planned to come to watch me, but they're still here supporting the British people. So yeah, it'll be cool.
Well, I can tell you that you're now live to the rest of the world, and that yesterday on our first day of qualifications we had 21,000 people watching online. We are now the most watched live feed on YouTube at present. So say hello to YouTube and everyone.
Hey guys.
For you, who is somebody that you love watching here when we're talking about any of the male climbers here in the lead, or any climbers that you're particularly watching out for as we move through the World Championships?
There's a lot of people. I mean, obviously the British guys and the British girls are the ones that I'm here to support mostly, but there's a lot of people like watching climb that it's just like amazing to watch. And like Shauna McCall is such an amazing climber to watch. He just absolutely breezed his first route, and yeah, and he's the same in bouldering. He like looks so comfortable all the time, and it's so impressive to watch. And then the girls like Jan Kim, I love watching her climb. She's awesome. Yeah, so I mean, it's a good learning experience for me because I never really get to sit back and watch, and now it's quite nice. So I don't really know much about most of the climbers. Like I know who they are and where they place, but usually you're kind of focused and quite selfish at the comps because you have to be, and you're in your own little bubble. But now I get to experience it properly. It's cool.
Can you tell me that for you personally, what was the biggest inspiration for you in terms of getting into climbing in the first place? Did that come from someone outside the sport, or was that somebody that you were watching on maybe a feed or that you'd seen videos of that made you want to get into it?
Yeah, I was 3 years old and I was sat on my dad's knee watching TV, and there was a lady called Catherine Desterville, who's a French free climber who doesn't use ropes and solos big cliffs, and she was soloing in Africa, and I just decided that that's what I wanted to do. So she was in the middle of this cliff in the middle of nowhere, like totally scary, but I was just like, I want to do that.
You decided that at 3 years old?
Yeah.
How did you tell your parents at 3? Were you talking then, or did you just start drawing pictures of mountains
I was like,
and pointing at yourself?
yourself?
I'm doing this. Or did they just come home and find you on top of the fridge or something?
No, I just told my dad I wanted to do it, and then a year later we found like an indoor climbing wall. I read the word climbing on the side of a building because I could like read bits at that point, and we went in to see what it was like, and for a while they told me I was too small, but I kept going back to tell them that I'd grown. Like I'd go home and measure myself, and as soon as I grew a little bit I'd be like, I've got to go back.
And this was at what age?
I was 4 years old.
At 4 years old. And you're now how old?
19, so yeah.
So you've been climbing now for quite a few years.
Yeah.
And you've got many more still to come as well. For the bouldering competition this year, what has it been like to come into a competition, and how have the other athletes received you, as in the fact that you are coming into your you've just finished your first year of really hitting it on a bouldering circuit. How have you been received by the other athletes coming in as an unknown and suddenly ending up in third place overall on the title?
It's been amazing. I mean, everyone's really friendly, and I guess the people who are doing the same thing as you and have the same passion, you kind of have the connection already. So yeah, it's been like I've met some like friends that I know they'll be lifelong friends, and yeah, people are so nice. And even though it's really competitive, as soon as it's all over, like everyone's really friendly, and yeah, it's been an amazing year. I've met some good people.
Brilliant. Shauna, thank you so much for talking to us.
Okay.
I wish you all the best of luck in the future, and we'll catch up with you later on in the competition.
Cool, see you soon.
Thanks, Shauna. That was Shauna Coxsey. We're going to finish up there and go for another little bit of a roam and take you back over onto the wall. So. Okay, so currently with Lucas Gaona of Chile on our 8B/8B plus wall. Just approaching the overhang now on the right-hand side of your screens. and Sungwoon Cho of Korea over on the far left-hand side on our Group B Route 1, which is an 8B difficulty wall. I can see Yorva even as well having a climb. We have seen him, and that unfortunately is it for Lucas Gaona. It's nice to talk to Shauna about her legs getting fixed, and hopefully seeing her very soon coming back into the competitions to start climbing again. We'll wait for an update on her, and that marks the end of Sungwoon Cho's climb as well. So guys, that means that we are also coming to the end of our time in the main arena as well. We have about 15 more minutes before we cut over into the female qualifications for bouldering in the bouldering room, which is just over behind the side of the wall. We'll be going over there in a few moments' time, starting with the highest seeded. So remember, the ones that are highest seeding on the overall rankings were the ones coming out first. We're going to see Anna Storr and Akia Noguchi as the first two to come out there as well. So just a few moments' time, at 12 o'clock Central European time, we'll be taking you over onto that wall, and I'll meet you in there in just a few moments. And that is the main arena. You can still see one of our athletes on the wall there that we will be leaving in a little while. Small crowd today. It is only the qualifications, but we've got about 2,000 people sitting around the arena. Some people watching the paraclimbing just down the way, and I'm sure a lot of them will be moving over into the qualification room for bouldering as we go there with the women in 15 minutes time roughly.
Well, hi guys, I am now back at the desk. Some questions pouring in from the chat room asking when Kim Jae-in will be bouldering. Well, you can get all these start lists, of course, online at ifsc-climbing.org. So if you are after knowing exactly when your favourite climber will be climbing, that's the best way to go about it. But I can tell you that she is fourth up. Kim Jae-in on the bouldering, so very soon to start, and that's because it goes in order of seeding as well, remember. Now we're back onto the lead wall at the moment now with Joseph Gifford of the USA on the right hand side and Peter Cermak of the Czech Republic on the left hand side, trying to live up to his teammate Adam Ondra's reputation. Let's see the Czech Republic stamp their name on history here with Peter Cermak. Neighbour, I know you keep saying it's Jaein Kim, not Kim Jae-in. It's actually the other way around. I did see how Yorva even was doing then. He was right up towards the top of the wall. I can't actually see right now. But I did see him right at the top of the wall just a few moments ago, and that was over on Group A Route 1, Group B Route 2 just, where we saw Jakob Schubert earlier today. He was roughly on a 36th hold, I think, so a very decent climb there for him. So not doing too bad at all here on our wall. We've got Joseph Gifford approaching the overhang and unfortunately coming off. That was reaching for the 20th hold, commentator's curse. Drop knee there for Peter Cermak, but also we're losing him as well. So not long now at all before we go over into the female bouldering wall. for the qualifications there. Sorry to lose you, Basha. And as Basha does leave us in the chat room, and as we are waiting for our next two athletes to come out, I think it's about time we had another dance fun fact. I can see a lot of you are talking about French as well and about announcing it in French. Unfortunately, my French is about as bad as my climbing, so I'm not going to be able to commentate in French with you. There is a French commentator coming in, that'll be Sheila. That won't be on the webcast, that's here in the stadium. But just as a dance fun fact about French, it is the second most commonly taught foreign language after English. And it is also the official language of the UN, the United Nations, and the IOC for the Olympics. So, just to clear up this whole issue with Kim Jae-in, yes, in Asia a lot of the surnames come first when they are pronounced, and so yes, it does say Jae-in Kim, but it is Kim Jae-in. I'm sure you can say either. There is no rules against it. I'm sure she'd be fine with it as well. Actually, a fact about Kim Jae-in, it's common for Korean siblings to share the same prefix or suffix on their name, i.e. Jabi, Jaha, or in this case, Jae-in. Kim and both of her brothers share the same prefix, which is ya, which comes from the way that the Koreans pronounce the German word for rope. So Magdalena Roach is not the only female climber that has a climber-orientated word in her name. So, Reinaldo Camacho now on the wall of Venezuela on the Group B Route 1, which is on the left-hand side of our wall. That's an 8B. I will keep saying them because I know a lot of people are joining and leaving or just coming into the feed, and if you have missed the difficulties of the routes, it can be very frustrating. So I will try and keep updating you on that one as well. Well, we're here with Reinaldo Camacho, 20-year-old athlete, born and still lives in San Juan de los Moros. If any of you are joining us from there, do give us a shout out and some support for this Venezuelan climber. Saw a lot of good athletes over at the Youth World Championship as well just recently. So born in 1992. This year, ranked 46th at the Climbing World Cup lead and speed in Chamonix in the Alps that we were at just a little bit earlier. But one to definitely watch out for now, guys, just being brought up onto your screen, is Mikhail Chernikov of Russia, Group A, Route 2. Russia having an exceptionally gifted and very strong national team. You already know the names in bouldering, but there are also some in the lead as well. And Mikhail Chernikov is definitely one to look out for. So yeah, just one or two Russian athletes in the lead. In the speed category, there are many Russian athletes, and especially in the youth championship we just saw over in Singapore, it was very dominated by the Russians. But Mikhail Chernikov is definitely one to watch out for. We saw him in the final over at Chamonix just recently. 7th at the European Championship in Innsbruck in Austria in 2010. 4th at the Lead World Cup in Cranj 2009. 27-year-old athlete from Vorozhne. Just a few moments' time now, guys, we'll be taking you over to the bouldering wall. I know a lot of you are getting excited about that. I'm excited about that as well. It's a real shame that we're not seeing some of our athletes competing in the bouldering, like Mina, who's unfortunately out with an injured hand, like Shauna, who is unfortunately out with an injured leg, and like Sasha De Julien, who has done a few bouldering competitions. We haven't seen her so much on the bouldering circuit this year. We've seen her at a couple of Lead World Cups, though. We saw her at Chamonix, we saw her at Briançon. She's has been doing a lot of time out on rock. She had planned to come to the World Championships, but she has hurt her hand, so she's not going to be here with us. So 3 exceptional climbers, unfortunately, not here at the World Championships. Bit of an odd year. Unfortunately, that's it for Mikhail Chernikov. So yes, thank you very much for joining us. My name is Daniel Finn. I'll be with you all the way through this World Championships here in the Bercy Stadium in Paris. And as we get into the weekend, some exceptional climbing to come. I'm getting really excited about the amount of people this stadium is able to hold, and the fact that we are practically sold out. If you are in the Paris or Parisian area, or in France, or in Europe, and fancy a drive, it's definitely something worth coming along to. Get yourself onto the internet and have a look up for some tickets for Bercy. There are a few left. Cost is roughly €32 for a day pass, and you're able to come in on Saturday and Sunday for our final selection as well, when this stadium will be full. If you can't, then of course you can join us here on IFSC.tv or over on the YouTube channel as well. We are streaming in HD now, guys. Currently the most watched thing on YouTube in the live section there. So that just goes to show how much support the sport is gaining worldwide at the moment with numbers like that. There's a question from JPJ. Yes, we will be going over to the women's bouldering qualifications in just a few moments' time. So, over on the main wall now, we are back with our male lead athletes for just a few minutes more before we go over to our bouldering. Currently, over on the wall with Akito Matsushima of Japan. It's the man you can see in front of you now, climbing the wall. He is currently moving up into the final section of the wall now, just reaching up. That's the 30-second hold, and there you can see how far he is away from the top. That's the 30-second hold, and there are 37 altogether, so just 5 more moves or so before a top potentially here for Akito of Japan. Oh, and just tried to do a little pop there. Maybe a little too soon, maybe getting a bit too excited about reaching the top and just slipping off short there. So I think that'll be a score of a 33 plus roughly, or a 34 plus possibly for Akito. So we had 102 male athletes competing in the qualifications here today, both, and those athletes climb twice, remember, as well. So that's going to go on for quite a while. We are going to take you over to the bouldering in a few moments and kick things off with the women's bouldering there. We had 102 male athletes. We're going to take that down to just 26 as we go into the semi-finals, and then just 8 when we go into the finals as well. And we are joined in the chat room by Chris Webb-Parsons, saying hello to Dan and Mike. That's hi from both of us. So not long now at all before we move into the next room. Well, guys, we are going to leave the lead wall now and bring up for you the start lists for the women's bouldering. So let's have a little look at what we are about to see over in our other room. Here is our Group A for women's bouldering. Names that you no doubt recognize flashing up on your screen there. And there is the name that we were discussing just a few moments ago. Still on Group A now here. We have altogether 35 athletes in Group A and 34 in Group B, and they are split as we try to make the qualifications move relatively quickly, as each athlete has to climb 5 times. There's Thomasina Pigeon of Canada there as well. I saw a couple of Brits there. I think Katie Whittaker's joining us. And Jill Peat. We know a couple of you are finding it difficult to get onto YouTube in Germany and also over in China. You can still enjoy all the action and all the feed in HD by getting yourself over to 247.tv's website, and you can navigate to the Climbing Sport page and watch everything in HD over there as well. So here is Group 2, 34 athletes in Group B, topped by Akio Noguchi, Melissa Leneve, Melanie Sandos, Katerina Sawin, Monica Recci, Cecilia Lavizu, Jana Schersnever, Sabine Bakker and Rebecca Stotz. Both the Bakker sisters are here from Austria. So we've got Barbara and Sabine Bakker. Angela Payne and Elizabeth Asher from the USA topping the second page here. Finn athlete Evie Jacola as well at the bottom. And let's have a look at the routes as well. As things are getting set for us to move over into that room. So this is the quad screen we are going to be looking at as we move into this competition. So at the top then, moving from left to right, starting off with A1 at the top there in the orange, in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Then moving over to B5, which is the orange, light yellow colour in the middle there. And then the green one that you can see in the middle there, and also on the left-hand side of the top right-hand screen is A5, and then we move on to B1, which is where the yellow is in your right hand corner top screen, and then A2 on the far end as well. Down on the bottom set of screens, the one that is being cleaned in the bottom left hand corner right now is B2. The orange in the middle is A3. B3 is the green that you can see on both screens there in the middle again, and then A4 is the overhang that you can see there on the yellow one with the triangle shaped feature at the top, and finally in the far corner that is B4. Well, not long now at all, just a few moments. We will be starting with our first 2 climbers out onto the wall, and the wall will start to fill up as we move through the competition of bouldering here. As we do normally, our first 2 climbers out though, Anna Storr and Akio Noguchi, World Cup ranking number 1 and 2. Well, those are your first 2 climbers. If you're after those start lists, get yourself over to ifsc-climbing.org and have a look over there. If anyone is asking for them in the chat feed, do help them out. You all know where to go. Here are some of the other routes now. Well, here we are. There is Anna Storr on A1, topping Group A. So Anna Storr comes to join us. We had a nice chat with her yesterday. And there you can see just at the other end of the wall on B1 there is Akio Noguchi. So this is Akio Noguchi at the base of the wall now as well. And number 2 for Japan. And on A1 it's Anna Storr, not Alex Puccio. Alex Puccio will be out in just a few moments' time. Nice large holds there on A1. Big features. And the same for B1. The 2 routes and sets of routes are more or less identical. Well, we've just switched over onto the bouldering. We wait for our next couple of athletes to come out. I'm going to go and have a chat with Jackie and lock down the grading for every single route we have on the bouldering here. Jackie Godoff is one of the route setters here. He's not head route setter because you can't be head route setter in your own country. But I will find Jackie Godoff. He was our head route setter at Log Dragonmare. Give me 2 seconds and I will come back to you with all of the gradings. Well, a flash there from Alex Puccio and Anna and Melissa Nenevic. We'd expect to see that at the start of this competition here on the boulders, and as we move through this bouldering competition, it's only going to get more intense. We start with the highest seeded and we move down into the lower seeded athletes. So our highest seeded are out first, which is why you can see such names as Akio Noguchi and Anna Storr, Alex Puccio, Melissa Lenevi at the top of the timetable for the start list here. And here are a look at some of the other problems that the athletes are going to be facing. These are reset at every stage, so remember this time only 20 through to the semi-finals and eventually 6 for the finals. Battling it out against each other to try and top in the least amount of attempts. So the dark orange there you can see is B4 on the right hand side, A4 in the middle there, the yellow, and B3 the green. This is B2 on the far left-hand side of your screen right now. A3 in the middle with that mantle there, and B3 next to it. As you can see, mirrored there next to each other, trying to keep the routes as close as they possibly can between the two routes. An update from one of you guys in the chat there about the route setters, Mark, Daviet, Percy, and Godoff. That's Jackie Godoff, who I am just waiting on the difficulties from, so it won't be too long. And that was from Luc. Is that by any chance Luc Gedios, who is joining us in the chat room? If it is, you have the privilege of being joined by one of the World Cup climbers. Well, a lot of you are talking about the differences between the two different routes. Well, there's B5 and A5 you can see. There's Julianne Worm coming out to start on A1 as we move on to the next set of athletes coming out. There's Melanie Sandoz just next to that as well. You can see B5 and A5 there, mirrored images next to each other. So they do try and make them as close as they possibly can, trying to get as identical as they can be. So you're currently looking at A1 on the far left-hand side of your screen with Julianne Worm climbing there. We saw her recently in Munich. There's a huge support for her in Munich there. I chatted to her briefly yesterday about being here at the World Championships. Now starting off of where we've just seen our first few climbers start the bouldering qualifications, and then Melanie Sandoz over there on B1 you can see. Now they are slightly different routes, but the difficulties will be as close as possible. B5 and A5 either side there. The green is A5 and the yellow is B5, and you can see that they are mirror images of each other. There's a flash from Julianne Worm there. Over now to Melanie Sandoz, the French athlete on B1 at the moment. And we're going to now take you onto a quad screen split so that we can see Anna as well, because as we move along we will have our 4 climbers coming out. So there's Anna on A2 now, her second climb. That's the bonus hold she's just grabbed onto there. You can see her at the top right hand corner of your screen, that's Anna Storr, and down at the bottom left is Akio Noguchi climbing on B2 there. That's the slab on B2 that we had some problems with the men's yesterday. They had some interesting results on the slab at the bottom left hand side of your screen. Let's see whether we have the same thing with the women's as we move through today. And the routes are constantly being cleaned, and that's to stop the chalk build-up affecting the holds. And these are extremely difficult routes. They're designed to be hard, that's why they are called problems. You can see Akio Noguchi there. She's already had one attempt at this. Managing, though, to get the bonus hold there. And now moving into some crimps in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. And here we are in full screen now to have a little look at Akio topping out here. A couple of attempts, though. It's going to be interesting to see whether that slab, the huge triangle, upside-down triangle that you can see there, the slab. Here are some of the other routes on the wall. There's A3 and B3, again mirror images of themselves, and that black tape there marks the out-of-bounds zone to touch the wall on the other side of that one there is banned. Anywhere you see black tape, you can't cross it. Anywhere else using the wall where you can't see any black tape is allowed. Well, here we are at the women's qualifications for bouldering. Well, I have just been handed the difficulties, so I can now take you through the difficulties that we're looking at here. So for A and B groups, problem 1, we're looking at a 6B. A 6B on problem 1. On problem 2 for A and B, we're looking at a 6C plus. On problem 3 for A and B, we're looking at a 7A plus. Problem 4 for A and B, we're looking at a 7B. And on problem 5 for the two different groups, we're looking at a 7B plus. And they are kept as close as they possibly can do. Try to make them as identical as possible. And I will constantly keep updating you on those difficulty gradings of the boulders that we're looking at. It's a harder one to call than lead with bouldering, as I know a few of you have been saying. So once again, the difficulty gradings have just been handed from Johnny, man on the ground, and from his conversation with Jackie Godoff, one of the route setters here, are for A and B, we're looking at a 6B. That's the first problem, A1, B1, that's a 6B. And now joining us on A1 and B1 are two new climbers now, and that is Kim Jae-in in the top left corner of your screen at the moment, and out on B1 we are now joined by Katharina Sabin of Austria. Remember guys, this is just the qualifications, so we're talking about the difficulties on the routes, and you're saying that's a bit too easy, isn't it? Well, I can tell you that this is just the qualifications. Once we get into the semis and the finals, I'm sure it's going to get much, much harder. We're looking at A1 and B1 as a 6B, A2 and B2 as a 6C plus, A3 and B3 as a 7A plus, A4 and B4 as a 7B, and A5 and B5 as a 7B plus. So down on that slab that I was talking about there, which is B2 now, and the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you can see Melissa De Neve there of our rotation, about to make an attempt on that slab. You saw Akio taking a couple of attempts to get up there. Remember, the way that this is ranked in terms of you going through to the semi-finals is the most amount of tops in the least amount of attempts. And you can see over on A2 as well, Alex Puccio about to start in the top right-hand corner of your screen as well. A good point to be made by Eoberg in the chat room. Progressive problems that continually are getting harder to narrow the field down to 20 going into the semis, and then it gets harder again and harder again before we hit the finals. So remember guys, yes, we are only at the qualification stage here of the women's bouldering. And you can see that they can't be too easy because Katerina Salvin is already on the ground again, still struggling up B1 there. It's something we're not used to seeing. And yes, the way that this is set out, the way that we are looking at our climbers now, they are split into 2 different groups so that the rotations can happen quicker, and so we can see all of them as quickly as possible. So there's 35 athletes in Group A and 34 athletes in Group B, and the 2 different routes are kept as close as they possibly can be. But as you can see, still 1 minute 20 on the clock, and we are waiting now for our next rotation of climbers. All of our climbers have finished within 4 minutes of the 5 minutes allotted time in the qualification stage here. So this is the way it's going to work. We're going to start off with a 5-minute time limit on each attempt on these problems. So if you come out onto A1, you have 5 minutes to complete it, and so on and so forth through the 5 different problems. When we go into the semi-finals, it will again be 5 minutes, very strictly 5 minutes for all of the athletes. Again, and then when we go into the finals, it works on a 4 minutes plus basis, meaning that if the athlete is off the wall, once 4 minutes has gone, if they can stay on that wall, they can stay on as long as they need to. Questions in the chat room about how some of our athletes are doing. From Tiupu, how did Anna do? Anna topped and has flashed problems so far. We're waiting for another rotation. And we'll see our next set of athletes come out. Here at Bercy for the qualification stage of the women's bouldering competition. Moving down onto A1 now, we are joined by Anna Galiamova of Russia. You can see here at the top left-hand corner of your screen, and Monika Recci is now coming out onto B1. You can see her just next to Julianne Verme on A2 in the top right-hand corner of your screen. A2 Julianne Verme, and B1 there is Monika Recci of Germany. So Monika just starting off on B1 now. You can see her in the middle of the top right screen there. 20 years old, born in 1991. In Munich. World ranked 17th. Currently on the World Cup rankings for 2012 though, she is 13th. And as the World Cup season has ended now with bouldering, that's what she'll hold moving into the next year. Up on the year before it though, ended 2011's World Cup in 28th. She's now up to 13th. That's quite a leap there. Took the gold medal at Überlingen this year at the Deutsche Boulder Cup. And women's bouldering there. 13th in Vienna this year. 7th at Chongqing, so just missed out on one of those all-important 6th places in the final there as well. And there, topping out as well, you can see Akiya Noguchi over on B3. Akiya Noguchi, who was in 3rd place by Munich this year, but Shauna Coxsey was unable to compete due to a broken leg. I was chatting to her just a few moments ago earlier this morning, and that meant that it left the window wide open for Akira Noguchi to power through the World Cup in Munich and secure second place altogether, taking it from her, from Shauna Coxsey. Only 25 points between them though. So 2 minutes left on the clock. We're still with Monica on B1. And yes, do remember that each athlete has 5 problems to attempt. So if you think you've just missed the athlete that you were trying to tune in for, don't worry, they will be back. They all get 5 problems to attempt. So 25 minutes total allowed climbing time per athlete here at the World Championships for the qualifications to secure yourself one of those top 20 places. 10 from each category. So 5 problems per each athlete. Still with Monica Recchi at the moment. Has done a lot of the bouldering cups in Germany, the Deutsche Boulder Cups, Munich, Frankfurt, Kitzbühel in 2011, 2012. All podium positions. Of her top 12 best results, she has a 13th place, and that was Vienna this year. But other than that, most of her results there, all but 2 in fact, are podium positions. So 10 of her top 12 results are podium positions. So expect to see more from Monica Recchi as we move through the competition. That wall will now be cleaned. Shouldn't be too much of a problem to clean that wall. There's a lot of slopers towards the top there. Shouldn't be too much of a build-up. So 5 minutes now back on the clock, and we are now joined by Olga Yakovleva of Russia, Anna Galemova's team member, and A1 at the top left-hand corner of your screen, and also Cécile Avezou of France on B1, and that is in the middle right of the top right screen for you. So Olga Yakovleva now on A1, about to take the starting hold. You can see in the left-hand side of your screen there. Born and lives in Togliatti. 29-year-old athlete, born in 1983, world ranked 16th on the world rankings, and her World Cup standing rank at the moment, at the end of 2012, is 16th as well. 17th at Munich this year, 11th at Innsbruck, and 8th at Vienna, so just missed out on a spot in the final at Vienna this year. And these are her 12 best results we're talking about now. So one more puff and then she's got the final hold on this one. And it's looking like that's secured it with a flash. So Olga Yakovleva takes a flash there on A1. Cécile Avezou still on the ground though over on B1. Seems that athletes are finding B1 harder than A1. And that could have something to do with the fact that quite a bit of the section of holds on B1 is located on the incline, the bit that moves away from the wall. You can see the two different triangles next to each other there, and most of A1, in fact all of A1 by the look of things, is on a much flatter section. You can see her swinging out there, but no problem. Cecile Avezou secures that. Cecile Avezou from France, 40 years old, born in 1971, lives in Igny, world ranked 15th at 40 years old, and that goes to show you the kind of spread that we have in climbing. Still with Kim Jae-in on A2 though. Finding it hard to get off the ground, as is Katharina Sawin over on B2. Now, I thought that these slabs were going to be the problem yesterday. It looks like we're going to have the same sort of thing today. Let's hope they don't have too much of a hard time on those. It's going to be interesting to see the split there between the attempts for these athletes. 23 years old, Kim Jae-in, third at Chongqing this year. She was second at the World Championships in Arco last year. However, currently world rank number 2. And yes, those difficulties again for you. Let's just go through and talk to you about what we are looking at here. For A and B1, we're looking at a 6B. For A and B2, we're looking at a 6C+. A and B3, a 7A+. A and B4, a 7B+. And for A and B5, a 7B+. Sorry, for A and B4, a 7B. And for 5, it's the 7B+. And there you can see the order that the boulders are in from left to right on your screen as well, as they are cleaned and our next set of athletes come out to join us. Another Russian athlete now on B1, that's Yana Shereshneva. And Vera Zilistra of the Netherlands out on A1. You can see her there on the top left-hand corner of your screen. Over on A4, Anna Stor, the first to attempt this overhang. So yesterday we brought you the men's qualifications in bouldering. Today we're bringing you the women's qualifications. I'll tell you that in the men's qualifications, what you needed to secure a place in the semi-finals. The cut-off point that I have here is 3 tops in 3 attempts, 4 bonuses in 4 attempts. But let's see what happens as we move through the women's. Today, we are still with Yana Shereshneva over on B1. You can see her in the top right-hand corner of your screen. In the middle there on the yellow or light orange wall. On the penultimate hold now. Grabbing a bit more chalk to adjust herself as she makes this transfer onto the final hold. All of these athletes trying to do these tops in the least amount of attempts. Julianne Verme at the bottom now. You can see her on A3. which is the light orange one at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And that looks like a dyno. Onto the feature just above her, and she looked like she was trying to bypass that dyno there. So still 2 German athletes left on the wall now, over on B2 at present. There's Monica Recci, and over on A3 just next to her, Julianne Verm. All other athletes finished. Julianne Verm looking like she's having problems getting off the ground there on A3. Difficulty grading for that is a 7A+. Got to get this dyno. And she keeps trying to bypass that dyno and go around the right-hand side of it. It's an interesting tactic. Let's see if that's going to happen with the other climbers as they move on to A3 as well. People asking in the chat room, where is Mina Markovic? Mina Markovic is unfortunately injured and therefore cannot be joining us here in the World Championships in Bercy in Paris. A huge shame. Hello to you if you are joining us. Welcome to the World Championships in Bercy. My name is Daniel Finn and I'll be with you all the way through this competition. Any questions you might have, do send them into the chat room for us. We're now joined with 40 seconds on the clock. Monica Recci very, very close to topping out there on B2. The bottom left-hand side of your screen. And with 5 seconds left on the clock, it's looking like both of our athletes are not topping there on B2 or on A3. Very unusual to see 2 of these athletes not getting that far on one of the earlier sections there. Over on B1 now, our next athlete is out, and over on A1 also our next athlete comes to join us. On A1 is Olga Shelagina, and on B1 is Sabine Backer, the first of the Backer sisters to come and join us. You can see Sabine in the middle of your top right screen, and you can see Olga on the far edge left of your top left screen. Well, there you are. There's a flash for Olga Shelagina there in the top left-hand side of your screen. It's looking like A3 is going to be causing some problems for us, as is B2, which was the same for the men's yesterday. That slab was what caused a lot of problems. And it looks like this dyno, it's quite a big jump. There looks to be no hold on the right-hand side of the grey volume either, so it looks like you have to reach around to the left and then also onto the wall with your right hand as you dyno up there. And that's going to be something that's going to be quite difficult for Kim Jae-in. She's one of the smaller climbers, one of the smallest climbers. People asking about whether A3 is a mirror of B3. Yes, it is. As is B5 and A5 as well. We'll see our climbers getting onto that in a few moments' time. Alex Puccio about to come out and attempt that one in a moment as well. So you can see Kim Jae-in having problems on A3 there. It is a big leap and it is a big stretch as well. For one of the smallest climbers. Not so over on A2 though. Not so over on A2 as we see Olga Yakovleva top there. One more climb left now for Alex Puccio and for Melissa Leneve. And here is Kim Jae-in with less than a minute left here. And yep, you can see just there what I was talking about with that grey feature in the middle of the wall. It's a dyno onto left hand on the grey feature and right hand onto the wall. And here's Kim Jae-in's next attempt. And this is where you can see what I'm talking about with the height being a problem. 30 seconds left on the clock, and that is a big leap and a big stretch. Ten seconds left on the clock, and it's looking like Kim Jae-in is not going to manage to do this. A3, interesting change of tactic there. And that's a pinch as well, that hold on the left hand side. You can see it being cleaned just now as our next climbers come out onto the wall. We're joined by Petra Klingler on A1 and Rebecca Stotz on B1. Two Swiss athletes now. You can see them in the top left and top right screens at the moment. So Anna Storr and Akira Noguchi now on A and B5, and you can see them in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Well, there you can see this is A5 and B5. They are mirror images of themselves, and mirror images of themselves at the same time is Anna Storr and Akira Noguchi topping straight away on what is supposed to be the hardest difficulty there of a 7B+. World number 1 and 2 obviously not making it seem so. There's Melanie Sandoz on B4 on the right hand side of your screen now. Just getting the bonus hold. You can see it there marked in red tape. And over on B3, about to pop for the top, Monica Recci, and she gets there as well. And that's her recovering from B2. She didn't top just on B2. You can see how diligently our volunteers are cleaning the wall there as soon as the athletes are finished. The cleaners come in. I like to call them tooth fairies because it looks like they're carrying huge toothbrushes. Sometimes they even are toothbrushes for the smaller holes, just to clean the chalk out of them. Those of you that are joining to see some of our athletes that have only just come onto the wall, don't worry, there are 5 climbs each. People asking about Kim Jae-in after she ran into problems just on A3. She still has 2 more climbs yet to go. Looks like there's an issue over on A2 as well here. Well, just sitting next to me and just the man to answer that question in a more eloquent way than I will. Can you give an explanation in how the bonus holds work in the markings? Is Graham Alderson, the IFSC technical delegate? And I'll pass it over to you now.
Well, Dan, the bonus hold is actually really only to break ties. So if there's 2 athletes have the same number of tops and the same number of attempts, then the bonus hold comes into play. So a bonus is actually a bit of a misnomer for it. A tie-break hold would be a more accurate description, but it's a more complicated and longer word, so we use bonus. But so the bonus is the 3rd classification: number of tops, number of attempts, and then the number of bonuses. There is some debate with some of the climbers as to whether number of bonuses should come before number of attempts to top, but the system's been in place for 17 years now. It was developed in Britain and in France simultaneously, and the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't change it, seems to come into play for me. Others might disagree with me though.
Thank you very much, Graham Alderson, just proving exactly why he can do that a lot more eloquently than I can. The other thing that I will say to you is that the athletes automatically achieve the bonus if they top on each problem. Is that so?
That is correct, and again it goes back to the concept of the top is the most important thing, the bonus is just a tie break. Well, Mr. is that Nicholas Webb Parsons that's just on the chat room there? Yes, I am an old man, Chris, and you're now banned from the climbing works.
Yes, we were joined by Graham Alderson, the IFST technical delegate. Graham has just said that everyone has a possibility of free entry at the climbing works apart from Chris Webb Parsons. But to do that, you have to get onto Facebook and click like on Sports Climbing 2020. Get onto Facebook, get onto Sports Climbing 2020. We want to get the likes on that page up to 7,500 by the end of this competition. So yes, possible free entry for everyone at the Climbing Works, apart from Chris Webb Parsons, unfortunately. We are now with Angela Payne on B1 and Olga Bibic on A1. B1 is finished already, as is A1, so those two climbers have had their first climb of the day. We're still with Olga Shalazhina, though, on A2 at present. And also Katerina Salvin on B4, which is just in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen at the moment. So, yes, if you are interested in the grades of the routes, I have had a chat with some of the route setters, and these are the grades that they have given me. A and B1 is a 6B. A and B2 is a 6C plus. A and B3 is a 7A plus. A and B4 a 7B. And number 5, A and B5 is a 7B plus. Those are the difficulty gradings for the Bouldering Wars. Question in from Tony saying, Daniel, have you interviewed Shauna Coxsey or not yet? I have interviewed Shauna Coxsey. Spent a long time sitting at the bottom of the lead wall chatting to Shauna. It was really nice to chat to her. Her cast is off. She has lost the crutches and she will be climbing again as soon as she possibly can. She's talking about still training despite having a broken leg. And I've just been informed from Johnny as well, anybody that's missing Shauna Coxsey in spirit at this Bouldering World Championships, she is sitting just below the camera on your top left-hand side screen. Just underneath A1. Well, Pala, talking about the grades here, apparently. Well, these are the grades that I've been handed and checked by Jackie Godoff. I think a lot of you seem to think that Jackie has a tendency of lowering the grades on his routes and saying they're a bit easier than they actually are. But those are the gradings. Now with Yulia Abramchuk and Elizabeth Asher from the USA on A1 and B1 respectively. A question from Graham Alderson to Oddgrom in the chat room. Do you know what country you are in at present? You would be interested to know what country you're in. Question from Polio as well. Do they alter the routes from men to women? Yes, they do. They're a completely different set today than they were yesterday. The route set has been working hard all night on resetting them for the women's comp, and they will be reset again and again and again for the semi-finals and for the finals for men and women. So yes, those are the gradies for you as well. A1 already finished with, and so is B1. So let's stay with some of our other climbers here. Melanie Sandoz making her last climb of the day on the top left-hand side of the screen now on A5. Made it through into the final in Munich, but came sick. And we're with Julianne Verm as well on A5, who's actually already finished A5, sorry. And that was Jana Sherashneva over on B3 as well, with 2 minutes 40 still left on the clock. So the walls are cleaned and we get set for our next turnaround. While we are waiting for our next climbers to come out, let's have an extra dance fun fact. I think it's about time. Talking about getting some sort of soundbite for the dance fun facts. France produces over 400 types of cheese. Over 400 types of cheese. And I think I'm going to do... No, in fact, I'm going to save the next one for the next time we hit Dance Fun Fact. So hopefully you should all be excited about the next Dance Fun Fact that comes out to you, because it's going to be a good one. So, just waiting for our next couple of climbers to come out. We are still over on B2, though, for the moment, with Rebecca Stott. That's the slab. In the bottom left there. And just next to her on A3 as well is Vera Zilistra, managing to make that dyno there that we saw Kim Jae-in have trouble with. And 2 tops with 40 seconds left on the clock. Well, there you can see the A3 and B3 and how similar they are. Practically identical, those routes. So, frantically, the cleaners start to clean the walls, but we get set with our next athletes coming out now. Another turnaround. So we'll take you back to quad screen in just a few moments' time. We're joined by Katie Whitaker on A1 from Great Britain, our first GB athlete to come out and join us. She's in the top left there. And Zhua Pan from China, and she's over on the top right hand screen, in the middle just there. Well, this room has been constructed purely for the qualification stages. When we go over into the semi-finals, we will be back in the main arena on those interesting looking boulders in the middle of our 2 walls, the lead wall and the speed wall, which is also being used for the power climbing. So when we come for the semi-finals, we'll be back in that room and we get to see all the action on the main stage there as well. Interesting to now look at A3 at this, the mirrored one, A3 and B3. You can see Sabine Bacher next to Olga Shalazhina, and it's going to be interesting to see how Olga gets on A3. This push dyno onto the volume above, putting a lot of pressure onto her knees, and her left knee, remember, is the one that she had the ACL ligament damage on in Vienna, which meant that she was taken out of the finals there. She's going to be putting a lot of pressure and jarring that knee every time she lands on that mat. So let's hope that holds out long enough to be able to push her onto the higher section of the wall. She should be okay once she's made the dyno. 29 years old, lives in Odessa, born in 1983, Olga Shalazhina. Well, I'm just going to pop out round to the wall now and see if we can find anyone over there to grab some interviews with about how they're getting on here. So I'll see you in just a few moments' time. Well, I am here now inside the arena for the women's qualifications, having a little look around at who is waiting and watching the athletes on the wall. So let's have a bit of a wander around and see who we can find to have a chat to. I can see Melissa Leneve just to my left, so I will try and grab her in a minute. She's just midway through a conversation at present. But I'll have a chat to her as we're watching our next athletes come out. There's Monica Recchi over on B5, and they're making her last climb of the day. And the crowd grows quiet as the athletes are allowed to examine the walls. 4 minutes, 16 seconds on the clock now. I often find athletes using the first minute to examine the wall. I'm standing next to Melissa Leneve. I'm moving slowly closer to Melissa Leneve so I can try and have a conversation. We are really close now, so sorry. I'm just interrupting a conversation to have another one with Melissa. How were the walls?
Technical. Like not really overhanging, but yeah, really technical boulders. I was a bit stressed, and also the pressure because it's in France, and you don't want to. Yeah, you want to do well at home, and yeah, for the qualification, yeah, for sure. Because if you are out in the first round,
No, you definitely don't want that.
No, but like now I'm relaxed, and I really want to do my best for the next round for sure.
Is there a lot of buzz around in Paris, and well, definitely Paris, but in France, is there a lot of buzz around the World Championships? Are people excited?
Sorry, I didn't.
Are people excited for the World Championships?
Yeah, for sure, really a lot. Like, I don't know, it's 2 years like they talk about it, and yeah, for us it's kind of really important.
Well, I can tell you we had 21,000 people watching yesterday for the qualifications.
It's cool.
We are currently the most watched video live stream on YouTube as well.
Cool.
So you are now live to YouTube as well. People can hear you.
So a lot of people are watching us.
A lot of people are watching and joining us. Just talking about the wall a little bit more. How did you find the third problem? The little dyno.
The dyno, okay. It's kind of like tricky because you have to don't look at the hole because it's kind of like separate hand.
You've got one pinch.
Yeah, it's two pinch in fact, or like a sloper and a pinch. And yeah, you have to have a kind of coordination and don't look at one hold in particularly because you will miss one. But it was cool. Yeah, I miss my first attempt. I did that. I wanted to catch one and then the other, and then I figured out how was it.
We've seen quite a few of you having problems with that one. That seems to be one that could be cutting the competition between people that are making tops on that one. And the other one that I'm interested in is the slabs. Did you do B2 or A2?
I jumped to the thing. Yeah, it was kind of really tricky. It's definitely like really technical boulder. Like the start position was really tricky. Finding the balance and yeah.
The guys in the chat room can't see what you're doing right now, but there's some really amazing dancing going on. This is like mime bouldering. I'm loving it. It's great. I want to talk to you about number 2 as well. The slabs. How did you find that?
Interesting, for sure. Yeah, really interesting.
Is there enough there? Was it enough to lean into, or was it very difficult? Do you have to keep tension on that?
No, you have just to to find the right balance. It's not really hard, but you don't have to. You have to trust in the feet and trust in your feeling, and don't be so stressed like I was.
What can you say for anybody that might be watching about supporting climbing over the next few years? Do you have any advice about people wanting to get into the sport?
Just just try it, because it's just exceptional and an amazing sport, and you find everything in climbing. I mean, all the muscles are working, and it's kind of smart sport because you have to search, you have to find your way, and it's your style, and
it's a very personal thing.
It's really personal, and I really love climbing.
Melissa, anything you'd like to say to the French audience that are watching in French?
Supportez-nous, supportez les Français. Voilà.
Thank you very much, Melissa Leneve. Congratulations, I'll see you in the semi-finals. So that was Melissa Leneve. I'm going to have another little wander around now, see who else I can find. Julien Verme is sitting down just over here, so I might see if I can speak to her in a few moments. Here's Jackie. I will have a brief chat with Jackie. Jackie got off one of our route setters moving around. It was our head route setter Dragon Mare earlier this year in Slovenia, and you've been setting here today. How are you finding the athletes getting on?
I think for the best run, very strong, but it was a good test piece for us to know if the level around Slovenia were right. And I think we are very happy. And now I hope for the rest of the climbers that will be not too hard, because we really push the pace, which will be on so high. Youngest girls are really strong. It's okay. I think we are satisfied at the moment.
Brilliant, Jackie, thank you. I think we were just interrupted there for a second, so I will try and find you again in a few moments' time, if that's all right. Well, I'm still down on the ground trying to find some other athletes to talk to around at the base of the wall. There's quite a large crowd gathered. Just now watching Olga Shalazhina top out on A4. I will keep having a look for you, see if I can catch any of the other guys. There's Jonas Baumann just next to me. Jonas, how are you doing?
No, I'm fine, yeah.
We were watching Julia just on the wall, and how was that?
Yeah, she couldn't do the jump, and but she was quite good on all the other boulders, so it should be enough for semis.
I think quite a few people ran into problems on the dynos, haven't they? It's interesting to see some of the Russian athletes getting there now. What do you think of the wall in general?
I think the wall is okay. I like that there's no friction on the wall. It makes it a little easier to make to force the climbers in special situations, and yeah, so the route setting is quite good, and I think the wall makes it easy to set good.
What do you think from looking at the walls? You know, standing in front of A4 at the moment and B4. For you, what is the most interesting problem that we're looking at here? What would you prefer personally if you were allowed to climb in the women's category? What would you prefer having a go at?
I think the two slabs are looking the most interesting boulders.
B2 and A2?
Yes, I think so. But yeah, it's just very hard to have an overview of all the problems just because of the two faces. Just yeah.
I happen to go around the other side of the wall as well.
Yeah.
Jonas, thanks very much. I'll leave you to it. I know I have to keep snatching you every now and then. That was Jonas Baumann. I can now see Alex Puccio, so I'm going to go over to chat to Alex Puccio. I haven't said hello to Alex Puccio yet at all this competition. I've found a pad of you, haven't I? Alex, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm fine. So how have you found the walls? Thank you very much, this is my suit. How have you found the walls today?
The walls are not very steep, except the roof, but the boulders were really fun.
So a pretty good run for you. Was it 5 and 6?
That's correct, yeah. On the slab, I missed a hold. And then when I fell, I was like, oh no, there's a hold there. It's just so small, I couldn't see it, so then did it second try.
Are you psyched to be here at the World Championships?
Yeah, I did better already than last year, because last year I didn't make semifinals, so.
And you've been on a bit of a good run recently, I hear.
Yeah, I've been doing all right in competitions, and well, all of them besides the World Cups. I did all right in the World Cups, but not as well as the ones that are not the World Cups, so hopefully it can change now.
And anything you want to say to people watching in the web chat? I know that Chris is in the web chat at the moment, joining all of us. He is, I think.
Hi Chris, I love you. Hope you had fun watching.
So that was Alex Puccio. Thank you, Alex. And just because he's sitting here right next to me, I'm going to move around again because all of you guys have got a nice little pod going and you're having a chat. Magnus Midtbo from Norway, I'm going to have a chat to you briefly as well. How have you found the lead wall this morning?
It was good. Yeah, I did 2 tops, so I'm happy with how I climbed. Yeah.
So looking forward to moving into the rest of the competition?
Oh yeah, and I love that we have a rest day tomorrow. We're just going to watch boulder semifinals and lead semifinals. And yeah, climb Saturday and Sunday, hopefully Sunday too.
So you're going to be back here tomorrow even though you're not climbing, able to just watch what's going on down on the ground?
Yeah, definitely.
Is there a lot of you coming to watch?
I think everyone is, yeah. It's exciting. I mean, there's so much happening here, and yeah.
4 different disciplines. What can you tell us from your personal view about the importance of the fact that paraclimbing is now included in the World Championships?
I mean, I think it's great. The sport is getting bigger, and I think paraclimbing should be a part of it now that it's actually big, yeah.
And the other thing is then to take that over, obviously, onto the Olympic 2020 movement. For your own personal opinion on the Olympic 2020, what would it mean for you to be able to be there, support that movement?
I mean, if we don't have to change the sport too much, I think it would be great. But I don't, yeah, if we have to make changes to the sport and to like become Olympic, I don't think it would be worth it. I think it's good as it is now. But of course, if they're willing to like accept us as like how we are today and how the sport is today, then I think it would be great, yeah.
Well, you're sort of a veteran of a certain way of thinking when you're on the wall. It's definitely become more and more intense with the competition over the past few years for people that are so focused on winning and getting to the top. And I know that you personally, mentally, you have a thing about just climbing for the enjoyment of climbing. Can you tell me the difference between what happens to somebody when you do get stressed about trying to top out there, and for you today, after 2 tops on the lead wall, which are 8 Bs, to have that relaxed mindset going through and just the enjoyment of it?
Yeah, I think if you're too stressed, you'll over-grip, like you'll pull too hard on the holds, and you'll get tired. So for me, it's just, the key is just to have fun, and I mean, in semifinals, I'm pretty stressed because I really want to make finals, and especially here in Paris, I heard that they're already sold out for the lead finals, so there'll be 15,000 spectators, and I would love to climb in finals. So I'm a little stressed for semifinals, but if I make it into finals, I'll just be enjoying myself and having a good time, for sure.
Magnus, I'm really looking forward to seeing you in the semis and into the finals. Take care of yourself. Thank you. Magnus Migbo there, just having a brief chat with us. I'm just going to pop back over to the desk now, so I'll see you in a few moments' time.
Well, hello there if you are joining us in the chat room. I'm back at the desk now to carry on chatting to you guys. I hope you're enjoying the coverage of the qualification rounds for women's bouldering. I'm going to come back to kick things off again as we start talking through our athletes here. I'm going to kick things off with a dance fun fact, and then move into talking to you guys about the competition as it stands here. So we are here in Bercy Stadium in Paris, and as a dance fun fact, here is a fact about that. Lady Gaga holds the record of selling the place out. She sold 17,000 seats, the 17,000 seats that this stadium holds. She sold them in 60 seconds. 1 minute, sold out Bercy Stadium. That's just a dance fun fact for you as we move into roughly the halfway point of our women's qualifications. So Daniela Ebler of Sweden is now on B1. You can see her there just on the penultimate sloper hold in the top right hand corner of your screen at the moment. A1 Petra Lutzkova has already finished from the Czech Republic on A1. Still with Yulia Abramchuk on A4 though. So on A2 we are still with Sylvie Rafyova. Now these are the slabs that the athletes I was talking to a few moments ago in the main hall, in the bouldering hall, the qualification hall where this is taking place. They were talking about those being the ones that were interesting. A2 and B2 are the slabs. You can see on B2 now Hyung Ying Lee. That's in the bottom left hand corner of your screen. The red wall that you can see there, and also A2 Sylvie, that's the other slab causing problems for people. B3 and A3 are the ones that I'm interested by as well. That's Lamu Renqing, Chinese athlete with 50 seconds, just under 50 seconds, still trying to get up there. And also Barbara Bacher on A3. Just next to her, they're twinned routes, so they're mirrored, they look the same. And with 5 seconds left to go, we are ready for our next rotation. So roughly about half of the way through our women's bouldering now. The next athletes come out, hand their slips to the judges that are seated at the bottom of the wall. Still waiting for our next athlete to arrive on A1. That's Valerie Kramer. See the judge waiting there to take her ticket and sit down. And Evie Jacola just next to her. And there she is, Valerie Kramer. Just lost 30 seconds of her time there due to being late out onto the wall, which is interesting. Doesn't usually see that happening. Well, on the 2-5 walls now, on A5 and B5, Olga Bibic and Angela Payne of the USA. And we chatted to Angela earlier in the year when we were out in Vail, a very heavily represented US force. Came to meet us at the Vail Bouldering World Cup there on their home turf, Colorado. Valerie Kramer wasting no time making up that time that she lost though, over on A1. Already on the penultimate hold. And there she is, she secures a top there and a flash for herself. Over on A2, Jill Peat for Great Britain. Tabia Schrob is out on A3 as well. And you can see her just next to the clock on the left-hand side, approaching the orange volume, just miming through the holds, trying to figure out how she's going to get up onto that wall. And there is a top, however, over on A4 for Katie Whitaker. Jenny Lavada now down on B3 at the moment. She's had an interesting last couple of competitions. 15th at Chamonix in the lead competition there. We've also seen her trying to get into the semis and finals for bouldering over the last couple of competitions. She, 28-year-old athlete born in 1984. Anyone waiting to see some of their athletes come out onto wall, do not worry, we will be staying with the female bouldering qualification for the rest of the day, roughly half of the way through now. 45 seconds left on the clock before we have another rotation. A couple of athletes still left on the wall. Over on A2, Jill Peat there on the slab. And interesting on B1, Evie Jakola of Finland. Still trying to push up onto these slopers just above her head. And slipping there. Back on the ground with 20 seconds left to go. Looks like we might not be seeing a top here from Evie Jakola on B1, which is the easiest boulder problem on the wall. I think some people that are watching us on YouTube are asking, where is the live chat? You have to get yourselves onto the IFSC.tv website. That's www.ifsc.tv. If you want to participate in the live chat, do come and join us and say hello. You can still watch the stream in HD, but you'll also be able to chat and send any questions you might have into us. Well, now joining us on the wall, Yelena Grunyashina of Kazakhstan comes out onto A1 for us, and Delaney Miller of the USA out on B1. You can see her just standing back from the wall there as the cleaning was just finished up, in the white top in the top right hand corner of your screen. And there you are, YouTubers. There's a cry from the people in the chat room saying, yes, YouTubers, come and join us. Sylvie very quick to start. As is her teammate Petra Lutskova. People asking about Jayan Kim as we move through the competition. Kim Jain, sorry, I'll go around. Get myself confused now. Kim Jain we're going to be seeing a lot more of her as we move through the competition. Topped both of her problems in the lead earlier today. So Delaney Miller still on the ground as well. Looks like some of our athletes down at this point in the seedings are having problems, even with the first problems they're coming at here. So you can see how hard these problems are. B1, remember just to go through those difficulty gradings for you again. B1 is a 6B. A and B2 are a 6C plus. The third problem for both categories, A and B, is a 7A plus. For A and B number 4, you're looking at a 7B. And for A and B number 5, you're looking at a 7B plus. So Delaney now on the halfway point on the wall. Got to get up onto those slopers above her. Only 17 years old, Delaney Miller. Born in 1995. World ranked, she is 57th. Competed in the lead over in Boulder in the USA last year, and she came 15th. She also competes in speed as well. As a result of 17th at the Female Youth A Speed at the IFSC World Youth Championships in Imst last year. Still a young climber, still a career ahead of her. So as I said before, we are splitting our athletes into two groups, and that's why we have an A and a B, and we have 35 in Group A and 34 in Group B. Now we are currently with Yelena on A1 in terms of order, and that is number 19. She's number 19 in terms of our start order for the first group. Of a total of 35 to come out. Then she will have 5 climbs. Anyone that is joining us that is new to climbing and doesn't know exactly how the bouldering works, it is the most amount of tops in the least amount of attempts. And we take 69 athletes from the qualifications down to just 20 for the semi-finals. 20 for the men, 20 for the women, and then that gets whittled down to just 6 for the finals, which will be later on this week here at Bercy Stadium. We are joined by Bulgarian athlete, 23-year-old Mila Gordieva, now on B1 in the top right-hand corner of your screen. From Veliko Tarnovo. Previously had World Youth competitions there, and she has come as high as 11th at the Female Youth A European Youth Cup and Festival at Veliko Tarnovo in Bulgaria in 2004. 23 years old, born in 1988. You can see her now roughly halfway up B1 in the top right hand corner of your screen. Diane Merrick on B3. Going for the dyno now and just falling short. I was talking to Melissa Leneve earlier in the main hall about the two problems there, A3 and B3 next to each other. You can see on A3 Jill Peat just going for it now as well, so two Brits attempting that dyno, jumping onto two pinch holds just above them. And Melissa saying the way to do it is to not look at both sides, just look for one and guess with the other one. That's exactly what Diane Merrick's just done, and she's managed to get there. Oh, but slipped down. And let's see if Jill Peat gets there. No, just a little bit short there. Jill Peat, the 30-year-old athlete from Great Britain, born in 1982, world ranked 40th. The World Cup ranking at the end of last year, 2011, was 37th. Highest result to date is 17th at the Bouldering World Cup in Barcelona in Spain in 2011. So she made the semi-finals there. Over on B3, Diane Merrick, after making that dyno, makes it again a second time, and with still 1 minute 30 on the clock, she has now topped there. And on A4, Tabia Schwab from Switzerland is now pushing onto the top part of the wall. You can see that triangular shaped feature just above her head. Tabia Schwab asking for the wall to be cleaned and finding it's not done well enough, so she's doing it herself with 50 seconds left on the clock. She's going to need to get back on that wall now. 29 years old, lives in Luzerne. Taken part in multiple Swiss climbing cups this year. She's podiumed twice this year alone on the Swiss climbing cups. In terms of the IFSC World Cups that she's been part of, she came 29th in Vienna, 33rd in Log Dragomer, and with 10 seconds left there, she's walking away, Tabia Schwab. Obviously not happy with the condition of the wall. She got quite high up there as well. She was onto the triangle volume. This is in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, but with that 1 second left, we now do a rotation and our next climbers are coming out. And that is Punta Rica Tunjavanic and Anuk Piola of Switzerland. Quite a big Swiss turnout here. Back with Barbara Backer as well. A 30-year-old athlete, Barbara Backer. This is her last climb here on A5. So you can see her now on the green wall at the top section of your screen. Well, with 15 seconds left on our clocks, we are just left with one climber, brother. Look at things on the wall, and that's Hung Ying Lee. On the far right-hand side of your bottom right screen, the rest of the walls are being cleaned by our volunteers. Only 12 more rotations, so we are well into our competition here in Bercy. Welcome if you are joining us to the female bouldering qualifications here at Bercy in Paris for the World Championships, IFSC World Championships. You're joining us on IFSC.tv, whether you're joining us on YouTube or on the IFSC.tv personal page. A warm welcome to you. My name is Daniel Finn, and I'll be with you throughout this competition here in Bercy. Our next two climbers are out then, Chloe Collier of Belgium and Helen Haldenby of Great Britain on A1 and B1. You can see them on the top screens on your quad screen that you are now looking at. The top left hand side there, you're watching Chloe Collier, and on your top right you are watching Helen Haldenby, and she's in the middle there on B1. Had an exciting day so far watching the male lead qualifications earlier this morning, and we are now bringing you the women's bouldering qualifications, moving into the semi-finals tomorrow, and then the finals on the weekend. Now, if you are joining us, get yourself onto the IFSC Twitter page. Get the IFSC on, get onto your IFSC Twitter page as well, and click a follow on that one for all the latest updates on future events with the World Cups and with the World Championships for next year, the World Youth Championships for next year as well, which is going to be over in Vancouver Island, on Vancouver Island in Canada. We've just come from the World Youth Championships in Singapore. If you want to watch any of the events that we have been covering this year, get yourself onto the YouTube channel for the IFSC, and all of them are uploaded on there. Very shortly after finishing here, we will be uploading this one as well, so you'll be able to watch the replay of this. If you did miss the men's qualification for lead earlier this morning, you'll be able to catch that later on in the YouTube channels there as well. Remember, the one thing I am pushing for today, if you are joining us from around the world, the one thing I am pushing for is for you guys getting onto the Sport Climbing 2020 page on Facebook and clicking the like button. We are trying to get that up to 7,500 likes by the end of this competition. Now that is a request that comes straight from the chiefs of the IFSC. It comes from Marco, who is the president of the IFSC, and he has requested that the best way of pushing us towards the Olympic movement in 2020, as climbing has been shortlisted, it is one of 7 different sports shortlisted for the 2020 Olympic Games, and the best way that you guys at home can help us get there is by getting onto Sport Climbing 2020 on Facebook and clicking the like button, which is why I'm pushing for it so much, guys, because we want to be there in 2020. Some questions in the chat now, just to bring us all up to date. Asking about Atlanta next week. Well, I think it's the week after next. But for the Lead World Cup, yes, I will be going out to Atlanta. Me and Mike, very shortly after finishing the World Championships here, we'll be getting over to Atlanta. Very much looking forward to the competition there. And we've got Pers in Belgium as well the week before. And Graham has very adequately answered the other question, which is, Dan, why are you not competing? And Graham has given the answer, and that is because I am a terrible, terrible climber. So that is why I'm not competing. I just talk. So here we are with Chloe Collier and Helen Haldenby. Helen Haldenby still on the wall on B1 now, halfway up. And just to give you an update of the kind of numbers of people that are joining us right now, we are currently the most watched live feed on YouTube. Right now, we are the most watched live feed on YouTube. Yesterday, just for the qualifications that we brought you yesterday. And this number will rise as we move through the competitions, especially into the weekend with the finals, because the amount of you that will hopefully be joining us there. And it is a weekend as well, so you have to contend with you guys going to work. We had 21,000 people yesterday joining us in our 2 different windows on ifsc.tv and on YouTube. So we have another rotation now, and Karolina Nevelikova comes out for the Czech Republic. A very heavily represented team here, Czech Republic. Tamar Meladze of Georgia comes out on B1 now as well. She'll be out in a few moments' time. Karolina Nevelikova of the Czech Republic now to start on A1 in the top left-hand corner of your screen. And in the A category, we are currently with 3 Czech Republic athletes. People asking about how difficult the routes are. Just to give you a recap of that one. So from A and B1, we're looking at a 6B. A and B2, we're looking at a 6C+. A and B3, we're looking at a 7A+. A and B4 is a 7B. And A and B5 is a 7B+. So hopefully that answers your questions. Do make notes. There will be a test at the end of this webcast. And it looks like some of you are actually posting links there as well for some of the results for some of the other disciplines that we've been seeing here. 4 disciplines in the World Championships here, not our normal 3, which is the bouldering, speed and lead. We also have our paraclimbers here as well. Now I know we haven't brought you very much coverage at all really today for the paraclimbers. We did show you a bit of the paraclimbers yesterday, but I can guarantee you we will be bringing you all the coverage of the paraclimbing finals as we move into tomorrow and into the weekend as well. KRK question there, how far are we through already. We are currently over halfway into the competition now for the qualifications. So not long now. And yes, another ask for that one as well. If you want the gradings in V gradings as opposed to me giving you numbers, I can also do that for you now. Yes, the hardest boulder that we have here is currently a V8 plus. To give you the V gradings from 1 to 5, number 1 is a V5, number 2 is a V6, number 3 is a V7. And 4 and 5 are both V8s, but 5 is a V8 plus as well if you're working on that grading system. If you are around in Paris or in Bercy area of Paris, the Parisian area, over the next few days, get yourself online and try and get some tickets for the weekend. The finals here is going to be absolutely jam-packed, and we're going to have a lot of you as well joining us in the chat room. It's 32 euros. It's not much at all for a day pass. So just 32 euros, you can get one of the last remaining tickets. I'm being told more and more that we are pretty much sold out. We might even be sold out yet, and if so, I do apologize for sending you to somewhere that you can't get tickets, but have a look online for them. Type in Bercy and type in World Championships for sports climbing, and you should be able to have a look at where you can get tickets from on there. 30 seconds roughly left on the clock now before our next turnaround, and as I said at the start when we first kicked off with the women's climbing here, it is A2 and B2. The slabs that we're seeing more and more of our athletes still being on at the very end, and also A3 and B3 as well, with that dyno onto those pinch holds. A very well-phrased question now in the chat from Bubba. Dan, can one get into before 6 o'clock? You want to see the semi-finals on Saturday morning? Well, one can if one is able to. No, I do believe that you're talking about 6 o'clock in the morning, I would imagine. I don't think they will be letting you in as early as that, no. I'm sorry to say, but I'm sure you won't miss a thing. You'll definitely be able to see all of the coverage in the day. We won't start that early. Not too far from there, though. Sviatlana from Belarus now coming to join us on A1, and Asil Sultanova as well over on B1. If you are joining us from any of their home countries, do give you a shout out. Would you like to know where you're all joining us from around the world? It is a very multinational sport, and we are growing in population by the day. Well, Diane Merrick makes her last climb of the day as well. You can see her currently over on A5 and actually topping A5 there very quickly. She's in very good form at all. 33-year-old athlete Diane Merrick, born in 1979. Highest result so far to date is back in Sheffield on native turf, GBR turf. 7th place there at the IFSC Climbing Bouldering World Cup in 2011. So just one short of getting through to the finals in Sheffield. And that's her last climb, and she's top there. So let's see whether she's going to make it through into the semis here. It'd be interesting to see that one. Valerie Kremer over on A4 now, Israeli athlete. Anyone who is out and about as well, wanting to join us but not actually able to be at home in front of a computer, just a bit of an update for you now as well. Now that we are available in HD, and now that we are also in the YouTube streaming category, you are able to get the stream directly to your iPhone. So if anyone's out there, any of your friends or family that are trying to watch or would love to watch but unfortunately can't be in front of a computer right now, if they have an iPhone or if they have any sort of Android app phone, you can tell them that they are now able to stream it directly to your phone. So give it a try. Get onto YouTube if you have either of those phones and give it a go for us. See if you can start streaming from there. Any phone, you should be able to get the live stream to that one. So give a shout out if you are joining us. Zydragon there saying that he is already joining us from an Android app on a phone. Ah, Bubba, I can see the question there. Bubba has a ticket for the final event starting at 6 o'clock, but you want to see the semi-finals at 10 o'clock in the morning as well. Are they letting spectators in for that? Well, I do believe it's a day pass for those days, so if you are able to get your hands on a ticket, well done, good for you. And I do believe it's a day pass. You should be able to get in. But please don't hate me if you can't if you can't get onto the live stream on your phone now, and let me know if you're outside, Bubba, and not able to get in. So, Valerie Kremer over on A4 of Israel, 21-year-old athlete, lives in Tel Aviv, born in 1991. Climbing World Cup ranking at the end of 2011 was 86th. So do let us know who you are supporting and who you are joining us to see here in Bercy. Let us know who you are wanting to push through into the semi-finals. Always like knowing where you guys are joining us from and who you are supporting. And another turnaround, and we get ready with our next set of climbers. On B1 now, Soho Langben, 20-year-old athlete from Santiago in Chile. Born in 1992. Competed at the Female Juniors IFSC World Youth Championship in Imst last year. Came 17th there. So that's in the lead, which means that she made it through to the semi-finals, unfortunately not the finals. So just to let you guys know, there are some results now up on the IFSC homepage, which is www.ifsc-climbing.org. Just having a little look myself at that one. 2 joint first place positions, and then we've got 3 joint third place positions as well at present. Alex Puccio and Melanie Sandoz. 5 tops in 6 attempts, 5 bonuses in 6 attempts for Alex Puccio. And first of the other category, Melanie Sandoz. 5 tops in 7 attempts, 5 bonuses in 7 attempts. And going down at the moment, we're still only on 16, so haven't had 4 updated, but currently the ones that are making it through into the semi-finals are Alex Puccio, Melanie Sandoz, Anna Galiamova, Melissa Leneve, Akio Noguchi, Petra Klingler, Anna Storr, Katarina Sabin, Monica Recci, Julianne Worm, Olga Bibic, Olga Iakoleva, Kim Jain, Olga Shalazhina, Yulia Abramchuk and Vera Zilistra. Those are the 16 that I have as going through to the semi-finals at the present moment in time in the competition. Still some more to come yet though. 10 more to come, and we could see a dark horse moving its way through the competition. At present, I can't give you the 20th place cut-off point. Because we have only got 16 results coming in, but I will let you know as soon as I know what the cut-off point is. For those of you that are new to climbing, when I'm talking about a cut-off point, I am talking about the 20th athlete. The 20th place athlete and the amount of attempts that they have had and the amount of tops that they have had, because that is the athlete to beat if you want to move into the semi-finals. So it's going to be interesting to find that in a few moments' time, what our 20th place cut-off point is. Well, the results have been updated a tad now, and I can tell you that the current cut-off point is standing with Katie Whitaker from Great Britain in joint 19th place with Sabine Bakker. And that gives us our 20 athletes, which means that Olga Shalazhina is out, Yulia Abramchuk is out, so is Vera Zilistra. So our 20th place, or joint 19th place at present in 2 different groups, is at 4 tops in 9 attempts, 4 bonuses in 5 attempts from Katie Whitaker, and 3 tops in 10 attempts, 3 bonuses in 9 attempts from qualification group 2 or B. So if you're still to come out in group A, the one to beat for you to make it into the top 10 from your group is going to be Katie Whitaker, and that's 4 tops in 9 attempts, 4 bonuses in 5 attempts. You want to make it through in Group B, and you're watching somebody about to emerge from Group B. It's Sabine Bakker, and that's 3 tops in 10 attempts, 3 bonuses in 9. So that's what we're looking at, guys. So keep your eyes as we move through the competition to see whether any of the athletes that are about to emerge have a chance of doing just that. And Thomasina Pigeon is now out on A1, the Canadian athlete. See here on the far left-hand side of your top left screen in the red top, now just about to start on A1. On B1 we are joined by Konal Husseinova of Azerbaijan, which is on the top right-hand corner of your screen. No doubt you're all acquainted now with where the boulderers are. Those cut-off points again to make it into the top 10 of either Group A or Group B to become one of the 20 athletes going through into the semi-finals are 4 tops in 9 attempts, 4 bonuses in 5 attempts for Group A, and 3 tops in 10 attempts, 3 bonuses in 9 attempts for Group B if you are joining to watch one of your athletes. Well, Thomasina Pigeon very quick to finish on A1. Still with Connell over on B1 at the moment. We have seen that being a bit of a trend as we've moved through the day. B1 seems to be harder than A1, just slightly. The route setters do try and make the routes as identical as possible. That's why you can see a couple of mirrored routes on your screens at the moment. A3 and B3 are almost identical, just mirrored, and A5 and B5 are almost identical, just mirrored as well. But as Frank Bott keeps reminding you, Keep up to date with all of our latest climbing by joining us on ifsc.tv. That's www.ifsc.tv. Or you can pop onto the YouTube channels and watch us on there. Indeed, some of you are joining us now from YouTube as well. A warm welcome to you. So well underway into our competition now. Alexandra Ayer now on the wall from Switzerland. We've seen her over the past few days competing, and Kelly Dragner as well of Canada, as we get ready for another rotation. Now I'm going to jump over into the qualification arena and have a chat to some of the athletes that I find. This is my favourite part of talking to you guys as you're watching on the web feed. It's my athlete hunting. This is my sport. So I'm going to go and have a little hunt and see who I can find in the main arena as we move into the final few athletes coming out. About 5 climbers left to come out onto the wall. So we should be wrapping up. That's 5 in each group. So 10 in total to come out. So we should be wrapping up in about an hour and a half's time. So I'm going to pop through and have a chat to anyone I can find. I'll see you in a few moments. Well, I am now in the main arena. 2 minutes left on the clock now. Prize from the British camp down here for Helen, who is now over on B5 on this side of the wall, Helen Haldenby. And Dave Barons is standing just next to me, who's climbed earlier today, who's saying, no, I'm not standing next to you. This is the thing, you guys can't escape me. This is my sport, athlete hunting, all right? I'm trying to get it into the Olympics in 2020.
You're not good at it. So
I'm no good at it. Well, I've caught you, and you can't get away from me, so I'm with Dave Barons at the moment. So we're watching Helen at the moment. How has she been doing as she's moved through the competition?
I missed her on the second problem, but she's done okay on the other ones, so we're not quite sure where she's at the minute. So.
Well, in one of the categories, in A, I believe, it's 4 tops at least to get through into the semi-finals. In B, which I think is the category that Helen's in, she's climbing B5 now, it's 3 tops.
3 tops. I think she probably won't quite make it then. She needs to do something a little bit different here. She keeps trying the same thing. It's not quite working, so...
And it definitely comes down to attempts as well. That's always the important thing when we're looking at these kind of things. So, Dave, you've climbed earlier today in the men's lead qualifications. How did you find the walls here?
Pretty steep.
You got an over 30-degree incline there, so that's no doubt taking its toll on your arms.
The first route did. The second route, I had an issue with a clip, and that just shut me down completely. So.
What about the competition as a whole? Is there a lot of psych and excitement over in England for the World Championships here in Paris?
Yeah, people seem pretty keen for it. Obviously, having the live broadcast helps, and everyone seems to be getting behind us, and which is really good. It's really nice to see.
What about going into the Olympic movement then for this 2020? As I was just talking to you, I'm going to get my sport athlete hunting into it, but when we're talking about 2020 and climbing, now shortlisted amongst 7 sports altogether, what for you is it about climbing that means that it should be an Olympic sport?
It's just so friendly, isn't it? Like, everyone's always encouraging each other, even different countries. It's great to watch. There's always something slightly different going on. You never quite know who's going to win, really. So it makes it pretty exciting to watch.
Is it hard for you guys getting around the world as often as you do? Because I mean, I know that I see you at most of the World Cups, and they are very widely spread because it is a multinational sport. It must be quite difficult for an athlete to be able to get around as often as you guys do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm constantly juggling training, working, and going to comps. It's a bit of a nightmare, that one. But so if anyone wants to step up and
Are we looking for some support here?
Always.
So what was it initially that drew you, Dave, to the sport as a whole?
I originally started climbing with my dad on the crags in Yorkshire and holidays in Europe. I only started competing when I came to university in Manchester, and just enjoyed the atmosphere and sort of pushing yourself against other people.
Can you tell us what you would say is your favourite crag or piece on rock over in the UK? For anyone that's joining us from the UK, where should they be heading to if they want to do some serious climbing out there?
Oh, tough one. There's so many crags. One of my favourite places at the minute is Kilnsey Crag in Yorkshire. That's a bit wet at the minute. But,
at the minute? You mean permanently, yeah?
Permanently, yeah. There's also Bouldering wise, there's a place like Cayley. It's got so many world class problems. It's just again getting them dry and in good conditions. But
brilliant. Thank you very much for talking to us, Dave. You're going to be sticking around for the rest of the championships?
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant. Thank you. Dave Barron's there from the Great Britain's team. I'm going to move around the rest of the stadium now, try and find who I can. Just nearly bumped into Edward Fiali, who was just behind me. Shauna wants another word. Is Shauna going to have a chat with us again? Shauna, are you not sick of talking to me yet?
I don't want to talk to you.
Oh, that's so mean. Shauna Coxsey standing up unaided.
Yeah.
I'm excited by that. You're off your crutches. It's great.
Yeah, I'm very excited by it too. But it's really fun to watch the comp.
Are you chuffed about how the Brits have been getting on?
Yeah. Katie's in 10th right now, so it'll be really good if she makes it in. I'm looking forward to finding out.
Now, you're in here, and earlier I chatted to you at the bottom of the lead wall when we were watching the lead, but this is where you would normally come into your own. So looking at these walls now and at the kind of problems that we're facing, which one do you think would be the one that you'd enjoy most, and which one do you think would be the most difficult for you?
They all look really fun. I mean, I can't really say at all, because the ones I usually think are the most difficult are the ones I'm pretty good at. I enjoy climbing like really steep, powerful stuff, which is probably not my strongest point. I don't know. It's pretty frustrating watching though.
I can imagine it is. I'll leave you to it. Thank you for chatting, Shauna. And earlier I did have a moment to chat to Jackie Godoff, but I know that a lot of you lost the I know a lot of you lost the feed for a couple of seconds there, so you didn't hear exactly what Jackie was saying earlier because we lost some of the comps. So just to recap what we were talking about, Jackie, you've been one of the route setters here. Jackie was our head route setter over in Loch Dragomere, and you're here again now. For you, how have the athletes conquered or not conquered your boulders that you've been setting here?
I think what I said 2 hours ago, I was not sure if the level was right for all the round. I think it's really okay because it needs, I think, 4 blocks to pass to the semi, which is a little bit more than we planned. That means the girls are in very good shape, and it's really good. It's really good. Maybe we have something to not to change, but to adjust for the semi-final. But it's a surprise. The level of the girls is upper, I think.
Well, I had the privilege of interviewing you in person when we were over in Loch Dragomere. We had that little bit of a chat about route setting and how it has changed over the past few years. Now, for you, how much preparation as a head route setter is needed to be able to pull off a competition of this standard?
You mean for route setter? To be for me, the main thing is to be connected to the level of the girls and the men, to know what they are able to do, because it's obviously easier for us to judge about men's style, but because we are men in 100% of the case, it's harder to imagine how the girls climb. And this is one thing we learn and learn and learn anytime, and I think we become better and better, but obviously we would need girls in the route setting team to help us to adjust better our boulder, because we have our specificities as a climber, as a man, it's totally different for women. That means for me the best thing is to be to look at the girls, to climb with the girls, to look at what they are able to do, unable to do, and then it's easier probably. But actually, we are not blind, but we see better what happens about the girls.
Now, do you think that's something that could do with being developed over the next few years, as having more female route setters involved in the route setting side of things?
I don't know, maybe that can help, but to be honest, it's very hard to pass the course, and at the moment it's really hard. I don't think that so many girls are focused about route setting. Should be made. Actually, we don't have. That means the best thing for the route setter is to climb with the athletes as much as they can, and to look at what to know what they are able to do. It's the only thing, and what should be better probably, I don't know, it's to have, for me, I don't like this personally, to have girls testing the problems, but I personally don't like this, because it's, we need in a team to be able to consider the level of one boulder, a circuit, and the global competition in the same time. But I think it's much better than it was, but it's not perfect at the moment, because yesterday we did a very good plan about what happens with the men. Now I think it's a bit surprise for us that so many girls can do so many problems. We thought that it was a little bit harder than it is in fact, which I think the round is very good, but what we planned was a little bit less optimistic than this. Okay.
So as we move through to the semi-finals and the finals, I know you can't say too much about that because that's still a big hush-hush secret, but are we expecting to see some surprises moving through and possibly stepping up a level for the women's after the level of competition we've seen here? Are you guys going to adjust to make it harder for the semis now?
No, not really, because I think the semis are okay. It's not the question of the semi, it's a question of what is our goal in a round, because the semi-final is a totally different goal. Here in the qualification, we need to consider 60 climbers climbing in the problems, and not all top the problems, and not so many zero boulders. And in the semi-final, we need to consider that we want to have the 6 best in the final. That means it's a different goal. For me, it's not because we've seen that today in the qualification that we will change the semi, because for the best, the semis are done. It's not the same goal, you know what I mean? But we missed just a bit of precision about what to expect of this round. But we are really satisfied there, because at the end, the low-level climber can top 1 or 2 boulders, which is pretty good. It's okay.
Jackie, thank you very much for talking to us. It's always a pleasure. Jackie Godoff, thank you so much. That was Jackie talking about the kind of problems that we've seen here today in the women's bouldering. Still down here on the floor, still having a bit of a hunt around. I will see who else I can find in the next few minutes. I did just walk past Adam Ondra, but he has now disappeared. If I do spot him, I will indeed grab him and have a conversation with him about he's found competing in the lead earlier today. We saw him top earlier today. And as I have said, we are moving into that last section now of our climbers out for the women's bouldering qualifications. Still a lot of people down here on the floor, so the noise is quite loud. You might lose me a couple of times due to the noise that's being played in here. Don't have the problem of having to stop the music over here like we did in the main hall due to the power climbing. That was the reason the music kept stopping earlier today. If you were joining us and thinking, why does that keep happening? That was because the one category of power climbing is for the visually impaired, and they have guides at the bottom of the wall who are beta for them, so that they can explain and guide them as they're climbing the wall, and they can't hear that if the music is on. Not a problem over here though, we've still got that going on. Only a problem for me trying to talk to people. I'm moving over to our lonely Oz, category climber now. Can we just introduce ourselves to the web feed? Oh, he's just finishing up on something. I'd like you to introduce yourself to the world.
Yep, all right. I'm Callum Highland. This is my 3rd World Championships, and I'm getting worse every year.
I will not let you carry on in that kind of vein, sir.
I apologise sincerely.
No, I'm used to seeing quite a few of you Aussies coming over here. Now, can you tell me about what it's like, Callum, over in Australia, and whether there's whether the sport is gathering speed over there?
It's quite good. We're only young in climbing. It's not like most European countries where you're doing it for 200 years. We've only got a relatively new scene, so it is growing, but slowly.
And what about yourself? How were you drawn into the sport?
Can't remember, it was so long ago. I think I was 7 or 8, just used to climb everything at home. Dad took me to a climbing gym one day and never looked back.
We are seeing more and more of you appear in the World Cups. It's a shame we're not seeing James Coxsey or Chris Parsons here, but I'm sure they're with us in spirit as we move through the competition. We had a lot of you out in the World Youth Championships as well over in Singapore, so a lot of support coming up through the younger generation that we expect to see moving over to the World Cups. So the other thing that I'd like to talk to you about is the World Climbing 2020 movement, which is the whole Olympics that I'm sure is driving people mad right now. I'm trying to push so hard for it. What are your opinions on that?
Brilliant idea. Full stop.
That's all there is to be said.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Okay, what do you think it would do in terms of the sport, though, in terms of the rock that might be around in like native countries, like for yourself over in Oz, and in some of the European countries as well? Do you think that it could be a problem? I mean, there is some conjecture there between whether popularising climbing in general is going to become a problem for natural rock faces.
I think the environment is there to be used in one way or another, whether you're looking at it or whether you're mining it, it doesn't really matter. I think we get the most out of the world we live in, and I think any exposure we get for the sport of climbing is good to increase our numbers. It's such a wonderful sport.
Callum, thank you for talking to us.
My
Some
pleasure.
philosophical words there.
See you around.
I'll see you around. Thank you, Callum. Take care of yourself. That's Callum Highland. If you are joining us from Australia, a brief conversation with him. He's a Chilean athlete now on the wall. Just talking to Callum about the Olympics and what it means, what it would mean for our sport. Again, if you are joining us in the live streaming, either on YouTube or over on IFSC.tv, welcome to IFSC.tv. While you are here, why not pop yourself over onto Facebook and get onto the Sports Climbing 2020 page and click like on there. We could do with all the support we can get. I'm trying to get up to 7,500 likes by the end of this competition, this World Championships, over in Bercy in Paris. Welcome if you are joining us. My name is Daniel Finn, and I'll be with you all the way throughout this competition. I'm still hunting down at the base of the wall for a few more athletes. Surely there are a few still hanging around, so bear with me and I'll try and bring you a few more interviews in a couple of moments' time. have managed to track down not a climber but a very important person indeed, and that is Marco, who is the president of the IFSC. Had a very nice chat to you over in Singapore just recently at the World Youth Championships. What were your opinions after the end of the World Youth Championships?
Well, first of all, I have to correct you because I am a climber as well.
When are you next up? We'll come and interview you.
No, we need veteran competition, so hopefully we will see this kind of competition soon. And I don't know if I'm allowed to compete since I'm the president, but we make some derogation for me probably. But anyway.
Well, you're going to get a lot of people excited in the chat room right now asking about the veteran competitions. So that's definitely something we'd like to see on the IFSC.tv channel. So just to bring you back on to the World Youth Championships over in Singapore, we had a fantastic chat down on the beach there about the quality of climbers that are coming up younger and younger now in these World Championships. For you, how did you find Singapore?
Well, first of all, I must tell you that we were surprised by the number of countries attending, because Singapore is a very far destination from all over the world, and having 46 countries there went far beyond our expectations. So we were happy. The quality of the routes was really high. I talked with many athletes, many competitors, and they were all happy. So when they are happy, we are happy. So this is the most important thing. Then, of course, there is also this, this possibility to have a bath, to go on the beach and relax. So I think it was a perfect scenario for a youth championship.
Well, we're moving and getting ready and set for our next year's World Youth Championship, which is over in Canada. Can you tell us anything about the preparation that goes into a World Youth Championship?
Yes, actually this morning we have a meeting with the organizers, and again I met people who are full of passion, really inspired. They were in Singapore as well, and I think it will be a great event again, for sure.
Now, moving on to this event now, this is our World Championships, and obviously we're going to be seeing some of those youth climbers move on to the World Championships in years to come. But for you, what is it that makes the World Championship so special?
Well, it's the World Championship, and it's it's also the occasion for the climbers from all over the world to meet together, to climb together, and to have some good times all together. And it's not only inside, it's also outside. If you go outside now, you see our climbers going around, having lunch or just chatting with each other. It's fantastic, it's amazing, and it's a big family, and they're all smiling. It's simply great.
What about the main arena that we've got set up here? 17,000 seat arena. We've brought down to roughly, I think it's 9,000 seats ready for the finals this weekend. That's a huge audience. We saw roughly 10,000 in Chamonix as well. We're getting more and more support, more and more people coming to join the sport. So for you, what does that mean?
Well, first of all, I must say that we are sold out. So both Saturday and Sunday, they are just a few hundred tickets available, and probably they're not available anymore. So this means two things. One thing, that this sport is becoming popular, but also that for future organizers, it becomes sustainable. I mean, if you're selling all the tickets, then this is important for your budget. So good news for the future. Then you know that there is also another important thing happening on Saturday and Sunday is the observation from the IOC. We have two persons from the IOC coming and watching us, and so it is very exciting. It is very exciting. But well, what really gives us the sensation that we are on the right track is that yesterday I came in and entered the arena, and then you have these walls in front of you. Say, oh my God, this is great. It's absolutely great. And I'm sure anyone from the IOC to the common public, they will enter the arena and see the three walls. They will say, wow, this is something really special.
Some phenomenal designs on all three sets of walls there. We have the same wall we had in Chamonix with that 30-degree incline sticking out there. Those boulders in the middle as well are going to be so exciting to see a semi-final and a final on.
Yeah, actually in Chamonix, when we saw the wall, we said this is impressive, and the background was the Mont Blanc. Here in this arena in Bercy is even more impressive. So, well, I think, again, we are on the right track, and I hope that our athletes will perform in a fantastic way in the next days. You see already today they are giving their best, it will be amazing, I'm sure.
Well, I can tell you that right now we are live on YouTube, streaming in HD high definition, and that we are currently the highest watched live feed on YouTube at the moment. We had over 21,000 people join us for the first day of qualifications yesterday, and no doubt there'll be equal numbers again in today and more as we go into the weekend. It's definitely growing.
It's definitely growing. The amazing thing is that it's just the beginning, you know, but not only of the championship, the beginning of our story. Because imagine that we are not making any special advertising for that. It means that it's the community that is huge. They are watching us, we're creating expectation for the event, and all the world really is watching us. But again, it's just the beginning.
Marco, thank you so much for talking to us. I appreciate your time. Thank you. That was Marco, the president of the IFSC. Very, very important man indeed. Correcting me in saying, well, I'm a climber as well. So you can't say that I haven't found a climber there. And that is just exactly the point he was making at the end there, saying that it really is a community. You guys joining us in the web feeds or watching this in a replay, you are watching it because you love climbing, I'm sure. And that is what the sport has done. And that is because it is such an attractive sport. It's such a friendly sport. I often see sitting next to Hyun Bin Min,